Hello guys and gals and welcome, yes, welcome. We're back to Diablo 2 Resurrected as we always do. My beloved, welcome back. Welcome back, my beloved Diablo 2. Long have ye been gone with the Diablo 4? Yes, I cheated on you. I cheated on you, but will you have me back, Diablo 4, Diablo 2, Diablo 4, I didn't call out the wrong name during sex, I swear. Ah, yes, delicious. Alright. Let's have some fun with a little bit of Diablo. You know what, let's hop into Discord before I forget. Let's hop into Discord and see what's popping in here. It's been a little while. Everybody's hungover from Diablo 2, so they might not be in Discord right away, but I bet you a couple people show up when I hop into Discord. Ooh, I got my monitor higher now. It was really low before, and I was always looking down at it. Now I'm looking kind of up at it, which is feels a little different. So my head might be in a slightly different position. Sorry. I like it up a little bit. I do. I wonder if I can tilt it a little bit though. Like, does it got like a little bit of tilty? A little bit of tilty wilty. I want to play my little Mosaic Sin. It's been a little while since I played my Mosaic Sin. I want to play her. Let me make myself a little bit smaller so I'm not covering up the mana doojank as much. Yeah, yeah, whatever. I guess I could do this. Wait, well. Cody, are you trying to knock over my whole green screen? Because that looks like what you're trying to do. I would appreciate it if you would not actually knock over my whole green screen. That would be a much better way of doing things, sir. Boobus likes to come on camera too. Come here, Boobus. Come here. Come here. Over here. You'll see him sneak on camera all the time. He's sneaking. I got you in a headlock. That's right. I got you. I got you. I was trying to get my headlock. What's up? Who's that?
What up?
How's it going?
Alright.
He's alright.
Storming here, off and on.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Look at my horribly white ginger arms. Look at this. It's terrible. So white. It's like blinding. I apologize to everybody watching the stream. Dang it, Kubus. Got me all turned upside down over here. What's up, Grim? What's my gear like? I'm running dual mosaics, obviously. I got myself a chains. Got my nice little G-face. My freaking sweet assassin amulet that Chunks found for me. Upped Gore Riders. Perfect Ravenfrost. I won't brag about that. I never ever done those. I got Bolcathos, a 5% Bolcathos, a pretty nice little gloves, some martial arts skillers, things like that. I think I've got another martial arts skiller in here that I intended to put on my character. I could have sworn. I think it might be sitting on my girl. Oh no, there it is. Wow, wow. Wow.
Whoa, pal. Ugh.
Hey, what's up, Devil Cookie? $2.20 Canadian. Welcome back, he said. That's right. Welcome back. That's only $1.71 in American, okay? Oh, my little doojank came. Cody's messing with all my jank over here. I tell you, one thing about a freaking dog is they just, like, don't care. They do not care, like, at all about anything. Like, I've noticed in my time, with many dogs, by the way, not just this one, but they will straight up just bowl over like a little kid, like 1-year-old, like barely got his feet, like walking around. The dog will straight up just walk straight through that little kid, like that kid's not even there, and knock him straight to the dirt and not even look back. Like, they have absolutely no care in their head about, like, what they do and what they knock over. They'll knock over cups, they knock over bowls, they knock over whole freaking tables. They don't even care. There's no, they're like, you can see it in their eyes. There is absolutely no recognition of anything that they just did. They do not recognize that what they just did might potentially be something bad. I remember when I was younger, we had a dog, very good dog, but like, put some kids in the house, and he would just bowl them right over like they were bowling pins. Like he got bonus points for knocking them down. Like, what? I thought I was supposed to knock them down. Don't you get bonus points for knocking these little things down? What are these things? They scream and everything. When you knock them down, they let you know. They're like, ah! They cry and stuff, you know, and that just lets you know you got your bonus points, right?
That makes sense.
That's what he does to me all the time, though. Like, he knocks all my stuff down, like, on a regular basis. Pushes things down. Like his happy tail of destruction, they call it, right? I don't know if you've ever had a dog with a happy tail of destruction, but they just go around the house just knocking everything down with their tail. Their tail just going 18 miles a minute like this, and literally knocking cups and plates and like everything that it hits just gets like swept off the table, like some lover wants to make love to you right this second, and just like swooshes the table off, and it's like, here. Like, I legit, like, and for some reason, you know, coffee tables are, like, just the right height, too. So, like, coffee tables are literally made for dogs to just knock everything off of.
I got one out of my 4 cats. One in particular will knock things off anything if you don't feed him. That's how he wakes you up. He'll just start knocking things off.
Well, see, at least with cats, they're doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
Like, with dogs, they don't do it on purpose. They're just completely unaware that their existence is just a perturbance to the entire world. Like, they just don't know. Cats, on the other hand, they know exactly what they're doing is wrong, and they'll look straight at you in the eyes and do it. They're like, oh, you don't want me to do this? Well, guess what? I'm still doing it. There's actually a pretty famous video. It's been floating around for a long time, and basically it's just a lady, and she's sitting there recording her cat, and the cat just gets it in his mind to knock something off the table, and she's like, no, and the cat wasn't paying attention to her at first, but as soon as she started saying no, the cat literally just made eye contact, stared directly into her soul, made sure that she knew that she was looking, and then continued to knock it off. Like I'm gonna make eye contact with you so that you know that I know that you don't want me to do this, and then I'm still going to do it anyway, just to demonstrate that you can't stop me.
Had my uncle's dog here today, big old German Shepherd. His tail of destruction rolled right over everything.
Oh my god.
He thinks he's like a purse dog.
I don't particularly like the whole, like, what, like cutting the dog's tail off or anything. But I tell you, the people who have a dog with no tail probably don't have anywhere near as much of a hard time. Like, in a house where the dog has the happy tail of destruction, you got to pick up all your drinks every single time the dog comes by. Otherwise, he'll just knock everything clear off the table. Like, nothing can sit on the table that's, like, of any kind of, like, fragility. Like, you move away from glass cups entirely because he just breaks them all.
They probably thought it's the last cup of hot coffee you knock in my lap.
Like, people make the joke about a bull in a china shop. No. A freaking dog with a happy tail of destruction in a china shop. Put him in there. Let's see what happens. I bet you the dog does more damage than the bull does.
At least a bull probably just goes straight through the wall.
I mean,
The dog has to run around and say hi to everybody.
oh my god, the wiggle butt. The wiggle butt. I saw this video, and I just started dying laughing. It was a video of a dog, and this lady was at a show. You know, she was at like the what do you call it? Like dog shows where they have to like perform certain tricks or do certain things to, like, you know, demonstrate how much of a good boy they are. And it was the simplest trick in the world. All the dog had to do was sit and stay while the owner walked away, and then the owner walked to the other side of the stage, and then all the dog had to do was walk to the owner and then sit down in front of the owner. And he the dog was able to do the sit command, and he was able to do the stay command, all right? But when she gave him the okay to come toward her, instead of just walking nicely toward her, I swear he did like 3 backflips, spun around in the air about 16 times, did like a triple quadruple 360 spin, and then finally like ended up behind her and did a couple more circles, and then finally sat in front of her. And I'm like, whoa. He got really excited. Was just really freaking excited. But I couldn't imagine something like that inside of a house, because they were inside of a big stage area, right? But if he did that inside of a house, like, he would have broken half the stuff in the house. But I was dying laughing, because I'm like, that is just straight up like my dog. He's like a bundle of energy and explodes with that energy. Like, he can't contain it. Like, he legit just cannot contain the energy within him. It's like he's a Dragon Ball Z character and he's about to go Super Saiyan. And if he doesn't unleash a Kamehameha right now, like, the world will be destroyed. It's a Kamehameha!
You doing a game?
Oh yeah, I'm just in GGM1. I'm just murdering chaos for no reason.
We're gonna come to you.
Oh, okay. I figured there'd probably be some people on.
It's just me and Dane. We come murder some chaos with you.
I was gonna play Diablo the other day, but my girlfriend was like, "Why don't you play the new Resident Evil 4?" And I'm like, "Okay, all right."
I've been putting in a little bit of time to that game too.
Well, I mean, it came out what, the 23rd, which was like right in the middle of beta. So
Amazon goofed and gave me mine a day early, so I was playing it Thursday after the or before the public beta.
yeah, but see, I wasn't gonna, like, there was no way I was gonna do that right in the middle of the beta.
Oh no, it was the day before the beta, so I played like.
Well, the day before the beta is actually the biggest day. Like, that's usually the biggest day. People are so excited. They're like little kids in a candy store. They just can't help themselves. Like the dog waiting for the release command. Ooh, ethereal war darts. I'll have to check those. Could be something good.
Look, I'm gonna have to make a throw barb on here one day.
It's pretty enticing.
I made one on Project Diablo 2, to where it had like the ricochet effect to it.
Well, one thing I would definitely recommend is that you get an alternate set of javs, not just the axes and the daggers, because the javs go way farther. So like for some reason the axes and the daggers have like a range that it's almost melee, like, by comparison. Whereas the, like, especially if you're doing, like, the cows or something like that, a Grand Visor is hiding behind this thing over here. Can somebody with some range damage come kill him? He's like, on the other side of the wall. That's why Diablo isn't spawned. Yeah, but, the jabs definitely go, like, double the distance. So, like, if you're doing cows or anything where there's, like, tons of monsters and you want that piercing effect to actually hit everything, your axes and daggers just don't go far enough.
I feel like when I saw him before, of course it might have been Project Diablo too. Might have been on here too.
No, I've tested it multiple times. I mean, you can. The easiest way to test it is to come to Canyon of the Magi, and because there's some nice little pillars here you can use as an example. So what I do is I stand at one pillar, and I toss the weapon, and then I follow it. To see how far it goes, using the pillars as an example of the distance. We do have a Javs on here. Come over here, Glamzon.
I'm not a javelin.
Oh, I thought I saw somebody with a javelin.
I was throwing bombs.
Who had the javelin? Somebody had a javelin. I know I saw somebody with a javelin.
Somebody, Neo.
Oh, Neo. Yeah,
Nipper
Neo was just in here.
Ah. Well, here, hold on. Let me put on this dagger real quick, just for lulz. I can chuck it and show you. All right, so this is the dagger distance. All right, so standing at this pillar, and I throw it, you can see it disappears before it ever reaches the other pillar.
Right here.
Yeah, it's bad. The javelin, on the other hand, here's the Javazon. Let's see if you got to use a regular toss. Neo.
I don't think.
Trying to see if I can get him over here.
Impossible.
I feel like Lacerator and
It's gotta be.
Flight were what I usually saw that people used. Lacerator for the amp, Wraith Flight for just the, I guess, the distance and the damage. And Mana Leech.
So, but the javelin goes like way further. Notice his javelin. See how freaking far it goes. Like I know that the weapons, there's definitely a lot better choices in weapons, like with the axes and the daggers, but the javs just go like almost like triple the distance. They're insane. And so when you're in the cow level and you're doing like those big giant groups of monsters and you want to hit like as many monsters as you can with every single toss, it just makes so much more sense to use those. So like I would do both because you don't really need to use the long range stuff on everything, right? So you can have like a one set specifically for your bosses and like monsters that you're going to be up close to anyway. And then when you're doing the big groups, you can have like a really nice alternate set. I mean, there's some pretty good javs. Some pretty good unique javs.
Wraith Blight's pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and those throwing spears too.
Wraithflight is nice, but it's a little slow. But I mean, if you got lots of speed, if you're running like I don't know, like frenzy buff or something like that, I think Demon's Arch might be your best bet. Because Demon Arch has that really nice damage output. I don't know. Actually, you know what? They're all kind of good. I'm not gonna lie. Gargoyle's Bite, Wraithflight, and Demon's Arch. If you find them in the ethereal configuration, like all of them are halfway decent. I think Gargoyle's Bite is probably the worst of the three. But I think it's also the fastest. Yes, it's the fastest. So Gargoyle's Bite is the fastest, but it's also the one that's not really as great.
You want a TP?
Where are you guys at?
Terror Zone.
Oh. Is it true that there's a clan with my name in it? Yeah, we got several of them in the kinship right now. It's called a kinship warrior. It's called kinship GGM, and if you want to join, you can. we're going to be doing Diablo 2 content, obviously, and then eventually we're going to be doing Diablo 3 content as well. Or sorry, Diablo 4 as well. Not 3. Definitely not 3.
You shut your mouth.
You shut your dirty whore mouth.
What is the game name?
We're just in GGM 1.
Oh, okay.
Normal password.
Yeah.
Hey, you keep on dropping me in.
Yeah, if you're interested in joining the kinship, what you want to do is you want to join the Discord. Type in !Discord, and that will take you to the Discord channel. And you want to look for the kinship GGM charter, which is how you join. Oh my God, Diablo frickin' 4 has got me pressing 1, 2, 3, 4, and now I'm drinking all my potions. It's such a subtle change, but it's still a change. I haven't even built my combos up yet.
Well, maybe we'll have a new character day between now and D4.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Try throw barb.
I was thinking about a new character day.
I really don't want to make a new one, but
It's fun.
Maybe it'll distract people. And I'll be able to unmute the Diablo 4 chat in a little while.
Unmute it? Why?
I get notifications on it all the time.
I wonder why.
People still in there, like, putting pictures of cats winding up clocks and all kinds of crazy madness.
I mean, they're just trying to fix fix it so that Diablo 4 spawns faster.
Mm-hmm.
I did not try to modify it before I finished DOA Rave. I should have. No slots left for a new character. Time to delete one.
Get another account.
6 accounts later.
I've only got 2.
I had to stop back in the Diablo 2 era, Diablo 2 Classic and LOD. Like I would have like, oh my God, I had
so many.
I had so many accounts in Diablo 2, and most of them ended up getting deleted because of that 90-day deletion policy. And then like, if you didn't play your characters for a certain period of time, they weren't permed, and so like that was also a whole thing, and it was
Half of mine just turned into mules. I mean, I had like 2 main accounts.
The only way you could get your characters back in Diablo 2, by the way, was to what's the term? You had to have a character with a name that nobody else would pick. So it was actually really quite odd, because in Diablo 2, your character didn't actually get deleted, despite the 90-day deletion policy, until after your name for your character was chosen by somebody else, and then it would officially delete your character from the roster. And that was actually kind of weird, because like if you had like really crazy names that nobody would pick, you were more often than not able to recover your character. But catch-22, if you waited too long, they would delete your whole account.
Yeah.
And then once your account was deleted, well, guess what? You weren't getting anything back. You ain't getting nothing back at that point.
Yeah, I missed the 90-day thing a few times. Nobody was picking the names that I had.
It is super easy to get your characters deleted back in the day. Just simply because, like, I don't know what they were thinking with the whole 90-day policy thing, because 3 months could go by in the blink of an eye, depending on circumstances. Like, maybe your video card fries out, or maybe, like, you know, maybe you got kicked out of your house, or maybe you and your girlfriend are having a fight, or maybe, you know, somebody breaks a leg or something and you end up at the hospital, like, or your dad's dying, or, I mean, I hate to be, like, morose, but, like, stuff happens, and 90 days is, like, nothing in the blink of an eye of like, real-life events. And before you know it, all your stuff's gone, and you're just like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll just not have my level 99 character anymore.
I was sad to lose my Zealot. Oh, wow.
But you found something spicy?
Ooh, that hurt. It was like 3k health instant. The dang red balls amplify damage. It's no joke.
Put them balls in your face, huh?
A whole lot of them.
Sounds like my tracking the ball source was.
Ooh.
It's not a good day when somebody puts a bunch of balls in your face.
No.
Oh, I was wondering why my Cobra Strike wasn't activating. It makes sense. I don't know. Hey, throw barbs are actually kind of fun. I was thinking about the throw barb from a like attack speed perspective, and obviously having the hustle like buff would definitely be very nice. It's too bad you can't put hustle in a javelin, but that would be cool.
You can't put anything in a javelin. Except Charcy's ignorance.
Charcy's ignorance. Can I socket this? No.
I think she'll let you imbue one, won't she?
Yeah. Oh, gem shrine. We got that flawless amethyst earlier. There's a gem shrine over here.
I got one. I need some Row runes to go with it.
Rally, alley, alley. Rally, yachts, and free.
Is that storm headed your way?
There was a wind. It was pretty windy today. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem to have calmed down a little bit.
It said it was headed west. Chaos is up.
I was just looking at the Javs.
I mean, Lacerator pretty much has to be in one of your hands. I'm assuming.
Well, I mean, if you put it in one hand, then you're not going to have your reach anymore. Is going to be gone.
Even if you put a spear in the other one.
I mean, only the spear will have the reach and not the lacerator. So, like,
yeah,
the unfortunate side effect is if you do that, you'll only hit the monsters with one of the two weapons. So anytime the monster's out of range of the axe will just, you know, helplessly fall to the ground, basically, and do nothing. I mean, from the looks of it, Demon's Arch seems to be pretty fast, because it does have a 30% increased attack speed on it. It's normal attack with 30% IAS. The Gargoyle's Bite is fast, which is... I don't know. It doesn't really have much benefit, though. They pretty much all have Life Leech, so it doesn't really make much of a difference. Like, they're... I don't know why, but they all have Life Leech, and it's all a pretty decent amount. And they all have Replenishes Quantity, which is unnecessary. But, as far as damage goes, the Demon's Arch does have the really high fire and lightning damage attached to it as well. The only benefit with going to the Wraithflight over the others is that plus 15 to mana after each kill, which I'm not really sure would be necessary.
Well, you could run like min damage rings instead of running like mana leech.
Trying to
Just
look
like
at
what you would with the boson.
well, as far as damage goes, like just sheer physical damage, Wraithflight seems to be the highest. It's just very slow.
Ooh.
You would need a lot of IAS to be able to oh nice. You'd need a lot of IAS to be able to offset it. But it does have, in the ethereal form, it's like 326 top end throw damage. Actually, that's a low roll. So a higher roll, like 368. Certainly wouldn't have any issues with mana if you ran 2 Wraithflights with plus 30. Plus 30 mana after each kill. He's already murdered Babablo.
Yep.
Bibiblo. Go kill the council real quick. Council. I don't even know how the hell they killed my boy. Hyperion Spear. The hell? Oh, that's the frickin', okay.
Ariadne's needle.
Yeah. All that talk of javelins, for a second there I thought it was a jav. We got a Shaco, but it's the wrong color.
Out of leg. You want to explode some cows.
Exploding the cows! Boop boop. Is it a +4? It is a +4. Okay. What's up, Dictator Kodo? did get a rare amulet from the council. Oh, kind of a decent little low-level pally amulet, but not worth anything for any high-level characters. Where's the ginger team? The gingerist team? The team of gingerites? Oh yeah, let me go get my merc. He died to the council. I don't even know how. Everything was frozen, somehow he still died. I didn't even see any hydras. It's really strange. What's up, sad Velma? Whew. Nasty spectral hits. It could be a nasty spectral hit. The council does get pretty nasty when they have certain modifiers. It's been my experience anyway.
That drive your brother recommended to me was supposed to be showing up tomorrow.
Which one?
It's Western Digital Black.
He likes Western Digital, yeah.
1 terabyte. I like Western Digital.
My favorite is HGST. But HGST actually got bought out by Western Digital, so. HGST is just a much higher quality drive, like all the way around. And used to be made, I think, by Toshiba. And then the HGST brand got bought out by Western Digital. I believe they still actually run like the HGST brand as like a higher end version of the Western Digital drives. But it's not HGST anymore. I usually like to shop specifically for those drives because they last the longest.
Serpent skin armor. Please be better than mine.
If you pull up a, you know, like in the old days back when platter drives were like the main thing. If you pull up like a listing of like drives like that died, like and what percentage of them died and at what year they died. Believe it or not, the like out of all the drives, the HGSTs have the like the lowest failure rate, and they tend to last the longest. So I would usually end up going with those for my regular hard drives. Solid states have kind of really changed, and NVMEs have changed, and I ended up going with Samsung, just because I feel like Samsung seems to have a better track record in general. Their drives really do cost the premium, though.
Yeah.
They're usually so much more expensive than all the other competitors.
Should I put my Windows on the new drive?
What's your old drive?
Crap, I don't even know what my old one is. Probably some kind of generic brand.
I actually just upgraded mine as well. I went to a Samsung Evo, what was it, the 980, I think is what it is what they're on right now.
Yeah.
I went to a 2 terabyte. I was on an older 970 500 gigabyte. This was back when they used to be really expensive, and I'm pretty sure that 500 gigabyte cost me the same amount that this 2 terabyte costs.
I've got a 1 terabyte in here now. I'd have to look and see what brand it is. But I don't have a Windows disk. I know that.
You can just clone your drive. Just download Macronix Reflect or something like that. It's free. You know, just don't do the paid version, and then and just go ahead and just clone the drive directly. So just put the NVMe in your computer and then just tell it to clone it. And even if it's bigger, it doesn't matter. What you do is after you successfully clone it and then boot to it, then you can expand the drive to take up the rest of the space. It's kind of an interesting helmet. It's actually kind of nice. What do you think of this for a summon boy? +3 Dire, +2 Heart of the Wolverine, and +1 Fury.
It's not bad.
I mean, if it was +3 Dire, +3 Grizzly, it'd be a little bit better.
I think that's it. Well, at least that Viper Magi is better than mine. No, mine's a 29 or a 30.
Diablo 3 is better. Is better than what? I mean, there's a lot of things that Diablo 3 is better than. You know, like poop and PP and and doo doo. But is Diablo 3 better than like Diablo 2? No, most definitely not. I'm sorry. The biggest compliment that I can make for Diablo 4 is that right now, as I'm playing Diablo 2, I honestly don't feel that game icky transition. I'm not sure if you guys know what I'm talking about, but you know how like when you play one game for a really long period of time, you start to get like attached to the way that game functions and all the little buttons that you press and the mannerisms and the movements and everything. Like you get used to that. And when you go to another game, even if that game has a decent way of setting up how things work, you know, like you just doesn't feel good going from the game you like to a different game. So like I played Diablo 4 for 2 weekends, you know, 4 days a pop. Like I pretty much played like the entire weekend, like barely slept and almost died. And coming back to Diablo 2 from Diablo 4, I don't have that ickiness. And going from Diablo 2 to Diablo 4, there wasn't like a lot of like icky, you know, like transitional like stuff going on. It honestly, they really kind of feel the same in the way that they control and the way that they work. Like enough that I'm not like overly like just, you know, off the wall going crazy, like itching my skin, you know, kind of thing. Like, why is this way? Like, you know, because you click on the stash the same way, you know, you move your items in and out of the stash the same way. You got potions. The only thing that's really bugging me right now is I keep pressing 1, 2, 3, 4 because they used 1, 2, 3, 4 in Diablo 4 for the skills, and I was using it. You know, obviously in this game we use F1, F2, F3, F4, and so like the potion slots being 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm like literally drinking my potions, trying to use my skills, which is which is pretty hilarious. Potions. Oh god, spike fiends. There's so many spike fiends. I hate them, precious.
You see that Annie I got yesterday?
Oh, what'd you get?
Man, it's so close.
What'd you get, like a 19?
It's so close. 2010.
Oh, nice. That's very nice, actually. I wouldn't be mad about that. Mine is a 17, 19, 10.
I'm still not even using it.
Dang it, I'm killing everything before I can get to it, and I'm losing my charges. Tomorrow's April Fool's Day. I wonder what kind of silly videos we're gonna see tomorrow. How many people gonna get got?
I'm kind of worried about that when it said your shipment is showing up early. It's arriving tomorrow. Like, man.
3 is totally not better than Diablo 2. You can say that as many times as you want, Saul, but it ain't gonna make it true. I could do a poll right now, and I guarantee you Diablo 3 would lose, and it would lose by a large margin. In fact, there actually is a poll up right now, and Diablo 3 has a whole 5% of the votes. Out of how many votes so far? Almost 100 votes? Let's get some more votes in there. Come on. Let's show Saul just how wrong he is. Let's show him, boy. I feel bad for some people that have only ever played Diablo 3. Like, I liken it to somebody who's excited about margarine, right? And they really like margarine. And you're like, have you ever tried butter? And they're like, oh no, I've never tried butter before. I'm like...
And they tell you it's the same thing.
I'm like, well, you should really try butter. And they're like, well, it's the same thing, isn't it? And I'm like, no, it's really not. And they're like, but have had butter my whole life, so I think I've had margarine my whole life. I think I'll just stick with margarine. And I'm like, you should really give butter a try. Like, it's, you know, like I remember when I was a kid, my dad used to only buy margarine, country crock, in the big tub. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And he would that was all he would ever buy. And one day my mom came home with real butter. I was probably for Thanksgiving or something, because cooking with margarine during Thanksgiving is a war crime. And so she brings home real butter, and we eat real butter for the first time in like ever. And nobody in the house wants to go back to the margarine. Like the country crock just sits there, and nobody wants to use it anymore. And that's the same thing that I will explain to you about Diablo 3. Like, if you play Diablo 3 and you like Diablo 3, you will most likely enjoy it. But if you've never played Diablo 2, let me let you in on a secret. Once you get into Diablo 2 and once you actually start to enjoy Diablo 2 and you see how much better this game is than Diablo 3, you won't want to go back to margarine. Okay? You're not going to want to go back to the bargain brand crappy version. You're going to want to play the actual version that has some meat and bones to it. The one that actually has some flavor to it. The one that's going to like sate your appetite. And the irony of the whole like margarine butter argument is that literally people who try butter, like actually try butter, tend to never go back to margarine. They're like, eh. Nah, we're not going back. We're not going back. Mm-mm.
Those death lords were mean.
They do get very angsty.
And they were surrounded by spike beans. So.
Anybody need a decent armor for their merc? I just found a 742F Great Hauberk. It's not bad.
No.
Dang, alright. That's 2 in a row. Hold on. I don't even know where you guys are. You gotta teleport away from me. Let me see if I can find you. Which portal am I trying to use? Okay, there we go.
I think they're finally poisoned to death now.
Oh, you got spike fiends over here too.
Yeah. Ooh. That's rough.
Honestly, the perfect spears would probably not be unique spears though. It'd probably be like some Eth Cruels with amp damage procs on them. Like if you could find some really nice eth cruels and then double upgrade them or whatever, like that's probably your best bet. Because if you had amp damage procs on both, amp damage trumps Decrepify anyway, as far as damage output goes, and also breaking physical immunes. It breaks more physical immunes, pound for pound. Speaking of immunities, yes, I did finish up Resident Evil 4 auto-cast self. Speaking of immunities, I'm actually kind of curious if immunities are going to exist within Diablo 4. So they stated that there are going to be monsters that have resistance auras, I guess kind of like in the same vein of like the Paladin. So basically we're going to run across monsters that have like resist fire or like resist cold or resist lightning auras on them. And apparently the catch is that they will not affect the monster who's producing the aura, but the aura will affect every monster in the vicinity. So then they become targets. So like to kill the group of monsters, you're going to have to target the, you know, the specific like aura granting elite that is making all the other monsters in the area, you know, basically immortal. Which kind of makes sense. Like I really like that as a mechanic. You know the reason why there were no immunities in Diablo 3? Because monsters didn't have resistances in Diablo 3. There were no resistances at all. Monsters literally were not resistant to anything. They did not have any defense. They did not have any mitigations of any type. They were literally just raw sponges, like the Hulk. Like, all they could do was take damage and regenerate health, and that was it.
Well, we did 8 billion damage in it.
Yeah, that's why we could hit a monster for literally like 8.8 trillion damage. Trillion is on the low end, by the way, for an endgame character. Like, we need multiple trillions. By the way, how is the stream? I should be streaming in 1440p. This is my first Diablo stream in 1440p, so let me know how it looks. I'm still fine-tuning all the settings, getting everything right. Trying to figure out the exact right bit rate. You know, audio bit rate and things like that, but trying to make sure everything is looking fancy and there's no lag on the other end.
Looks good.
I think I'm at, I've been playing with the bit rate, and I started a little high, and I was getting a little lag the other day while I was streaming. It wasn't on, like, my part. Apparently it was Streamlabs effing up or something. I don't know what's going on. I guess they can't handle 1440p multi-stream. Because I have to send my information to Streamlabs, and then Streamlabs retransmits it back to all the other sources. Because I'm streaming to Twitch and YouTube and stuff all at the same time, and so there was something was going on with the Streamlabs server. It was unable to handle the bandwidth or something. My voice is too loud. That actually might be something in me switching stuff over. I'll have to check that out. I need to take a look at my settings on the other computer and compare. Because I think I had a decibel reduction for my microphone, specifically. And it didn't translate over when I moved all the applications. Yeah, some heavy gloves. Ethereal heavy gloves. Hey, they have repairs durability on them, but nothing else good. Sadness. Here, let's see if I can adjust this a little bit. The lazy brown fox jumped over the fence. 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 That seems to bring it down a little bit more into reality. It's not hitting the red as much anymore. About negative 5.8 decibels. How's that sound? Better? I'll have to take a listen to it later. So what's your starter character gonna be, Chunks, for Diablo 4? What you thinking?
I think I'm gonna pick back up with the rogue probably. Either that or I'll go barb. I don't know. I enjoyed the barb.
The Barbarian was very enjoyable. I agree.
It wasn't like super easy. It wasn't. I don't know. I had fun with it.
I felt like the Barbarian.
I don't like super easy.
I felt like the Barbarian was in a good place. He felt mechanically sound. Like his abilities actually seemed to work properly. Like I really liked Rend. I don't know if you tried out Rend at all, but it was a really nice frontal AoE cone ability. Very, very nice. And then Whirlwind honestly felt just like far superior to Diablo 2's Whirlwind. Like I like Diablo 2, but the Barbarian is definitely one class that I think needs some love mechanically to make his skills work better, and Whirlwind is really one of those that doesn't really quite work out as well as it should. And I felt like the Whirlwind in Diablo 4 was like just a superior version of the Whirlwind from Diablo 2. Like, because it worked more within the fantasy of how the ability is supposed to work in your mind. You know, you're spinning this big old, weapon around and you're hitting multiple targets and like it felt better. Like, because you could hit everything within a certain area as long as the weapon passed over that area. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't try the whirlwind, but I did do the bleed stuff.
The bleed was really powerful. Like I really thought the bleed was very powerful.
I went more of like a frenzy, and then bleed, and then I can't remember the name of that ultimate skill that apparently we both went with.
Iron Maelstrom.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one.
That was awesome. I enjoyed that. We hit it the first time and it just cleared the screen. Oh, wow.
Well, it depending on how you had it set up, because it has multiple hits, it definitely seemed to do really well.
I just got all my bleeds going and then did it.
Well, yeah, because you get more damage for every single target that's bleeding as well. So the more targets you have bleeding, the better damage it did as a whole. Because there was so much in there very similar to the Sorceress Fire Tree, where it was like extra damage if the target's bleeding, like more damage for each source of bleeding on the target. Like, is the target bleeding? Then make him bleed again. Like, like stab the knife in and twist it. Like I'm serious. Like that's literally what it was like. Like every single time there was a bleeding damage effect. Like if you set it up properly, like the more bleeding damage you had, the more targets that were bleeding at that particular moment, the more damage that was being done. And it was silly because it would be like, you'd have stuff like increased crit chance versus a target that's bleeding, like increased damage versus a target that's bleeding, increased lucky hit chance versus a target that's bleeding. And then like by the time you're done, like as long as the target is bleeding from some type of bleed at all, you know, the monster is just getting you're getting all these buffs like coming towards you, and by the time you're done, you're like a god among men just because the monster is bleeding out.
Salutations.
I enjoyed it.
And of course, your first attack, like your builder, is literally a bleed, so you're applying a bleed literally as soon as you attack them. And then as soon as you hit Rend, then you got a second bleed, and then you hit Iron Maelstrom, and then there's your third bleed, and the monsters are just going meow. I had one boss, I think it was the Woodsman's Axe quest, where you go suck the demon out of that one guy, or that kid, And the woodsman came out, or the woodsman's axe demon came out, and I literally hit him like 3 times or whatever. And his whole bar was dark red, which means he was bleeding. And I literally just sat there and watched. I didn't even do anything anymore. I just sat there and watched as his HP just went dead. It was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. You never played Diablo, GG noob? Oh man, this is the franchise, man. This is the one that, like, honestly, this is the game from a million years ago that literally the nerd gamers like me still talk about on a regular basis, and those who get into it even today will get like addicted to it, which is absolutely great. Like if you're an ARPG fan at all. Like, the Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 games are literally the forefather, literally, of all the future games. Every single time I play any ARPG, I always see elements of these games in those games. And I can't help but judge them based on those elements that they're trying to take. For instance, let me use one example. So different rarities of items. So you got like magic, you got set items, you've got crafted, you've got your magical, your white items and stuff like that. I mean, that's something that was born from Diablo 1 and eventually got perfected in Diablo 2. And so then when you see like the same exact kind of thing in another game where they've got magic and rare and uniques and all that other stuff, that's where that came from. Diablo 3 had legendary items and didn't have uniques, which was a very sad thing because uniques were probably one of the coolest parts of Diablo 2. And then Diablo 4 is bringing those uniques back, which is really cool. I think a lot of people are excited to see the uniques back in the Diablo franchise because there was no reason to take those away in the first place. Like, that's just absolutely silly.
Next game.
Yeah. Do I think they're going to scale back bleed damage? I don't really know. I feel like bleed damage has a lot of penalties on it already. It can't crit, so it doesn't get any bonus damage. But there are some like ways that you can apply additional bleed damage, depending on if you crit. So crit builds are kind of out when it comes to the bleed aspects of things. And, I mean, it's not necessarily, like, a bad thing. Oh, you got more points than me. I think bleeds are actually a little bit underpowered in Diablo 4, to be honest. Because when I went with direct hit build damages, like, the direct hit stuff seemed to work better. I'm not saying the bleeds were bad or anything, but if you're going to compare them directly, it did seem like the direct damage stuff was a little more powerful. Well, that's an interesting wand that just dropped. Look at that one.
What number are you in?
4.
Sure about that?
GGM 4.
Huh.
Did I forget to put a password or something? No, password. Yeah, password is there. GGM 4.
Says there's no game there.
Can't get yourself into D1 because of the graphics. I mean, the entire point of Diablo 4 is to copy the graphics from Diablo 1. GG noob. The whole Return to Darkness thing, literally what they did is they literally went to Diablo 1 and was like, what's the feeling? Like, how does this game look? How does it feel? Like, what's the ambiance? The darkness? And literally, the game itself is actually made off of that ambiance and that feeling from Diablo 1. So, like, while I certainly understand what you're saying, that you don't like the graphical nature of Diablo 1, Diablo 1 is definitely what they copied for Diablo 2. Or Diablo 4, sorry. Having trouble keeping everything straight inside my own mind. Of course, that's always been a problem. I might be insane.
Evening, everybody. How y'all doing?
What's up?
Okay,
Can y'all pop a TP for me, man?
it still says the game isn't there.
I don't know. It's definitely here.
I even closed out the game.
I mean, I could just go ahead and make number 5. Let me make number 5.
No. No, I mean, it's weird.
It don't matter to me. Let me make number 5. Number 5. The ginger. The gingerist.
Was there a cap in it or something?
Not that I know of.
Can I get a TP at this Ancient's Waypoint, please?
No.
It's one that I obviously didn't get.
No. I'm always going to be playing Diablo 2, Michael. People act like I'm going to quit Diablo 2. Blah. I know you're cheating on your woman. You better... I'm going to tell your woman you're cheating on her. I'm like, what?
There is certain elements that I like in D4 and certain ones that I like in D2. And I don't think they'll ever exist together.
Of course Diablo 1 looks like it came from the 1900s. You know why? Because it came out in 1996. It was literally made in 1996. So you're dead on. It literally is a game from the 1900s. Will you teleport over there? What the hell's going on? You're just making fun of me. I see.
Ooh, someone just died.
Oh, the glomies. Oh no, I ain't got no kicks up.
Ow!
My key to killing the glomes is literally just to teleport on top of them. Like, that's how I kill them. With this particular build, the best way to do it is literally just teleport directly on top of the group and just kill them before they kill you. And it works surprisingly well. I can't freeze them, by the way, so that doesn't work at all. It's really a matter of just getting in there and just landing on top of them. And I've noticed that, like, I guess since they can actually melee, which is really weird.
Oh,
dude.
Like,
Worst.
if you land directly on top of them, some of them won't shoot their lightning, which is great. Look at that Eisenhart's breastplate. I know you guys love that.
yeah.
I mean, if you can't stomach Diablo 1, I would still recommend that you play Diablo 2. You got 2 months before the launch of Diablo 4, and Diablo 2 is a very deep and very advanced game that can very easily, I mean very easily, last you 2 months. If you do a playthrough on each one of the characters, you have some fun diving into my videos on YouTube, which I have literally thousands of. I've got tons of different guides and explanation of the mechanics and all sorts of things that you can go over so you can build your most overpowered character. There's different ways that you can play in Diablo 2 as well. So obviously you can play by yourself, you can play online, and this drastically changes like what you're capable of. Like, when you play online with other people, it's much easier to build an OP broken character, but when you play by yourself, solo self-found, it is much more difficult to build yourself a ridiculously broken character.
Even easy to build a broken character.
Well, I mean, if you want to cheat.
It's not good broken.
But I mean, if you play by yourself offline, not solo self-found, just sharing items between characters, it still gets particularly difficult. But even solo self-found becomes a whole new challenge of the way that you play as well. And Diablo 2 Resurrected really is a very good, like, representation of Diablo 2, just in general. I think, in my opinion, Diablo 2 Resurrected has definitely usurped Diablo 2 as the superior version. I don't see any reason to ever recommend the classic version to anybody at this point. You want to play the game for the story? I mean, there is definitely a lot of story in Diablo 2, that's for sure.
The good old chieftain.
I mean, Diablo 1 has a lot of story in it too, though. Like, to really get a good feeling for Diablo 2, you might want to roll through Diablo 1's story as well. I'm sure somebody on YouTube has a like full accounting of the lore of Diablo, and you could watch all the videos and go through everything without having to actually go through and play the game. But also keep in mind though that Diablo Hellfire is not a canon expansion, so nothing that happened in Hellfire is actually in the story. God, there's so many freaking cows over here. They're all champions, too. Die, champions. Sometimes just building my charges is a pain in the butt. Trying to keep my merc alive at the same time. A little bit more difficult than it looks. Because I keep him alive in the same way that I stay alive, which is freeze all the monsters, so they can't fight back. PoE is by far more grindy and more complicated than Diablo 2 Resurrected. I would not compare PoE to Diablo 2. I don't know why people always want to do that. PoE definitely tried to copy Diablo 2, though. That's 100% for sure. But I think you will find that Diablo 2 Resurrected is a much more palatable and easier to swallow game than Path of Exile is.
I enjoyed PoE until it came to the maps part of
I mean, I'm not saying PoE is a bad game. I'm just saying in general, like, it's much easier to get into Diablo 2 Resurrected and have fun with it than it is PoE.
it. Yeah, and with PoE, I found myself playing a lot of other people's builds too, instead of just sitting around for 10 or 12 hours trying to figure out what you want to do. Play a known build.
I never really liked playing other people's builds.
It always comes down to the very end where it's hit a wall eventually. You have to find something or do something to get you past it, you know? Good old D3 torment kind of thing.
I mean, for D3, a lot of the times all you had to do was put on one of the pre-made sets and literally do what they told you to do.
You get like 10,000.
I mean, that's pretty much the same thing in Diablo 3, right? You're just using somebody else's build. So, here, put on this set, use these skills in this order, put these skills on these buttons. There you go, done.
Yeah, pretty much. That's fun for a minute. It gets old pretty quick though.
I never particularly liked that kind of like play style, like going with somebody else's build and playing somebody else's way of playing their character. It's kind of the same way as you know, like Dota, or League of Legends. You know how you like you play a champion or a hero depending on which which game you're playing because they call them different things. But like the character pretty much just has like a set board, right? Like you don't get to choose what abilities they have. They have like 4 abilities and an ultimate. And so instead of choosing what character you want to play and what build you want to do, like you're basically just choosing a character with the build already predetermined. And I guess in that scenario, since they do have like 1,000 different characters, I'm just making an exaggeration, by the way. You know, there at least is always a character for everybody, so you can always at least choose your specific build that you might want to go with. But I don't know. I used to get kind of bored with like the predetermined stuff. I always want to come up with something new.
Greetings.
Found some freaking perfect titans, man, but they weren't ethereal. Dang it.
Hmm.
Missed it by that much.
Hmm. Diablo 1's story is pretty dark and honestly just like evil. I mean, I could go over the story with you really quickly, GG Noob, if you want to. Like, it really doesn't take very much time. Basically, in Diablo 1, the Haradrim basically were chasing the Primevals. They had managed to basically sneak their way onto Sanctuary. And of course, you don't find this out in Diablo 1, so there's no reason to really tell you. But in Diablo 1, you find out how they did it. Well, they had already essentially captured Baal and Mephisto through various means, and they were chasing Diablo, who was the only one left. And Diablo decided that he was going to hide in the catacombs, essentially. The Haradrim hunted him down and trapped him inside of a soulstone. He was then buried underneath of the cathedral, deep, deep under the earth. Well, Diablo wasn't content to just sit there, and so Diablo eventually started to use his power to take control of the world above him, essentially. The first person that he tried to take over was actually King Leoric. King Leoric was actually a good man, and he was a wise king who ruled over his kingdom, you know, with his son, 2 sons, I believe, Albrecht and, what was the other one's name? The warrior's name? I can't remember his name right off the top of my head. I can't even remember. But the warrior is actually the prince. So in Diablo 1, the warrior that you play as, the playable character, is actually the son of King Leoric. The other son. So anyway, Diablo spends a lot of time trying to corrupt King Leoric. And Diablo, in the end, basically finds out that King Leoric is uncontrollable. But in the process of trying to corrupt King Leoric, he drives him insane. So King Leoric's soul has been damaged by Diablo. Everything that was good in him, everything that was righteous, everything that was what made him a good man had been stripped away by Diablo in an attempt to control who he was, so that Diablo could take advantage of King Leoric and his position. But in the end, Diablo failed. And it wasn't until he realized that he had failed that he decided on an alternative route. And through his control of King Leoric, and also by manipulating the court, I think a court wizard or whatever you want to call him. His name was Lazarus. He was basically manipulating everybody and everything, and also manipulating Lazarus. Lazarus then kidnaps Diablo, or King Leoric's son, Albrecht, and takes him down into the catacombs with the intention of putting the soulstone into Albrecht's head to re-summon Diablo into this world. Diablo needed a mind that was more malleable, that was not so strong, something that he could control. He couldn't control King Leoric, so he turned his eyes to a more, malleable subject. He did eventually end up getting implanted into Albrecht, and he was summoned back. And basically, in the story, you go down, you find Lazarus, you end up killing Lazarus, you end up finding Diablo, and you end up killing Diablo as well. Unfortunately, killing Diablo is not enough, because he can always come back. He's inside the Soulstone. So the warrior, Aiden, by the way, which a couple people reminded me his name, Aiden takes the Soulstone and shoves it into his own head, with the hope that he, like King Leoric, is strong enough to control the demon. Unfortunately, King Leoric didn't exactly control Diablo, but he was certainly uncontrollable himself, and Diablo eventually gave up. Aiden, on the other hand, was not able to maintain the same thing that his father was able to do. And eventually Aiden does become corrupted. He travels east in an attempt to find a way to destroy the Soulstone, and Diablo also wants to go east, so they are of like mind. Diablo wants to go east to free his brothers, and Aiden wants to go east to find the Herodrum to destroy the Soulstone. Eventually, Aiden's will loses, and Diablo emerges from Aiden's basically corpse, I guess you would say, and frees his brothers, and they return to hell. Diablo takes hell back over. Baal travels to the Worldstone, because Baal figures out that, hey, these soulstones that they trapped us in are made out of Worldstone. And if the soulstones are this powerful, then how powerful must be the full thing? And so Baal ends up corrupting the Worldstone. When he corrupts the Worldstone, there's nothing that can be done. It's been corrupted forever. And the heroes in Diablo 2 are traveling through the world chasing Aiden. So the entire time that you're playing Diablo 2, you are chasing Aiden the entire way. In fact, in Act 3, you actually get to see Aiden because you catch up to him, but he teleports away right at the last second and puts some little hell spawn in your way. So you're basically right on his heels the entire time through Diablo 2, chasing the Wanderer as he goes. And eventually you do kill Diablo, which it doesn't really matter, but you break the Soulstones on the Hellforge, Mephisto's Soulstone, Diablo's Soulstone, and of course, eventually Baal's Soulstone as well, which doesn't really matter all that much because you destroy the Worldstone as well, which is literally what all the Soulstones were made from. On top of this, the Worldstone is corrupted beyond repair. So Tyrael sacrifices his life to destroy the Soulstone so that it does not corrupt the world, which is basically what Mephisto did. He ruined the Worldstone, and if the Worldstone had been left unchecked, there's a very good chance that the Worldstone would have corrupted everything. It would have slowly seeped into the world like a poison and basically just turned the entire world to darkness. So Tyrael did the right thing in destroying it. But by destroying it, he also unleashed the power of the Nephilim, because unbeknownst to everybody except for Inarius and Uldacian, the Worldstone was actually used to diminish the powers of all of the humans on Earth. So basically everybody on Earth or in Sanctuary is a Nephilim. They just don't know it, and everybody has an immense amount of power. But the Worldstone was deliberately tweaked to diminish our power over time. Uldacian tweaked it again to let some of our power out, but not all of it. And when the Worldstone was destroyed, all of the Nephilim's power was released. So basically, in Diablo 3, that's why they're called the Nephilim, because they've returned to their full state essentially. And in Diablo 3, there's a whole Black Soulstone and all this other stuff. Diablo 3's story actually involves Diablo trying to recreate the dragon. So the Primevals and the Lesser Evils came from a being known as Tophemet who died. Tophemet, when he died, his body formed the Hells, the Burning Hells, and his personality basically split into 5 different creatures. Obviously, it was Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal, and then the Lesser Evils were, Andariel, Duriel, Belial, and what is the fourth one? I can't even remember. Asmodon. So those were the prime and the lesser evils. All right. So Diablo's goal in Diablo 3 was to recombine all of the prime and lesser evils into one soulstone, creating again the prime, which is Tophemet. So he basically remade Tophemet. And Tophemet is, obviously very powerful because he consists of all of the prime evils. Now, he doesn't have all the prime evils and the lesser evils. Now, he doesn't have the body of Tophemet, but he does have the powers of Tophemet, essentially. You could do the same thing with the angels, by the way, if you combined all of the archangels together. There's 5 archangels, and the 5 archangels would form the original god Anu. So you got all this going on in the lore and the backstory, and then we're in Diablo 4. So in Diablo 4, they're exploring more of the story with Inarius, Lilith, Aldecaean, and all that other crazy stuff that went on in the past. So Sanctuary was actually created by Inarius and Lilith. They stole the Worldstone. They snuck it away, basically. I don't know how they moved the damn thing. But they snuck the Worldstone away, and they used the Worldstone to actually create Sanctuary. And when you think about it from these terms, everything that we've gone through, Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Diablo 3, all of it is literally started by what they did. So Diablo 4 is going to concern a lot of the events of what happened in the past. We're probably going to learn a lot about, Inarius and Lilith and what went on with the Worldstone, their relationship and what babies they had and all sorts of other crazy stuff that are going on. There's a lot that they can tell us about the lore behind the game. And spoiler, there is definitely some very interesting things about Rathma in Diablo 4 as well. If you're unaware of who Rathma is the child of Lilith and Inarius, their firstborn, essentially. And he was the one that actually formed the Necromancers. So all of the Necromancers that we have basically come from Rathma. And it's pretty cool because he's just like Inarius and Lilith are the father of everyone on the Sanctuary. Rathma is the father of literally all the Necromancers. And there's way more lore than that. Like, I could go into it for days and talk about all the cool things that are going on. But Diablo 4 definitely represents a very interesting sort of just fun lore aspect of the game. We're definitely going to learn a lot of cool things. A lot of people are excited to see Inarius and Lilith back. Because they represent like a different part of the lore that was never told. Yes, the Nephilim stuff plays out in the Diablo 3 campaign. Yes, I mean, but technically we're all Nephilim in the Diablo franchise, even from Diablo 1. The thing is that Inarius basically sealed away our powers. So the reason why we have helpless humans is not because they're not Nephilim, because they're all Nephilim. The reason why we have helpless humans is because they are just that. They've been made helpless. So that's why the destruction of the Worldstone in Diablo 3 changed everything. Because it started to unleash everybody's powers, and that's why you had all these crazy classes showing up, like witch doctors and freaking monks and everything else. Because the power that was suppressed for so long by the Worldstone was no longer suppressing their powers anymore. Oh, there's even more. I got some little trivia doojanks if you guys want to check them out. They're shorts on my page. And I got like some easy trivia, and I got like some more difficult trivia. And then I got like super duper advanced trivia if you guys want to test out your knowledge of the franchise. It's a pretty good one to test out your knowledge of the franchise on. I swear, I don't know why the game is so loud. Like, I can't hear over it at all. What'd you say, Chunks?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, who was it then?
I think it was.
Might have been me.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to turn you up then. That's what it is. I thought, because I had already turned Chunks up a whole lot, and then I was like, man, why is he so low again? Let's see, who was that was talking? Big Pimpin'?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me turn you up a little bit. Oh my God, stop dying! Alright, try to talk again. Let me see if that fixed it.
Test 1-9.
Oh yeah, wait a minute.
Oh, you're in chaos.
Oh yeah, murder and stuff, you know.
We're all in cows.
I mean, it don't matter where we is, as long as we're in the same game, getting our multi-EXP bonuses.
Looking for dude janks.
Looking for Dujanks.
I don't think I've ever been quite a dry run for runes as I am right now.
So, have you guys like taken a peek at any of the the uniques that are probably going to get changed, but we got all the information for them?
I
There's
haven't really looked at it yet.
There's 2 Diablo 4 uniques in there for the Druid. Both of them are basically the same, but they're for different shape-shifting forms. So basically what they do is they basically make it so that the bear or the werewolf form, whichever one that you want, because you have to get that particular unique, but it makes it so that that is your permanent form. So you're just permanently in that bear form or permanently in that werewolf form, and it's really freaking cool. So
level 9.
So
level 900 lycanthropy.
Yeah, well, yeah. So like in Diablo 4, you can basically just be a werewolf, or you can just be a bear. You're not a druid anymore. You're a bear, or you're a werewolf. I think that's really cool. I think it could be fun to do like a full story of Diablo before Diablo 4 launches, and I don't know, I'd include all the cutscenes or something, maybe. Extracting the cutscenes is often very difficult, unfortunately.
There's one guy that did them on YouTube. Well, I'm sure there's numerous people, but there's one I've seen.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's people on there that have done it. It's just like getting a good version of the cutscenes, especially like the Diablo 1 cutscenes and the Diablo 2 cutscenes. I mean, I guess I could use the D2R ones instead. Yeah, Riker does some lore series too, but obviously I'm a YouTuber as well, and I would also like to do my own series, sir.
Didn't Sweet Phil have a little video he made on the new unique stuff? I watched a little bit of that.
Yeah, I saw Sweet Phil's. I'm a little bit hesitant to do videos on all those, like, harvested unique information, because number one, it could change. Like,
A lot of variables.
on top of that, it's not complete. Like, a lot of the information that's on there, like, is very weirdly written, and it looks like it could be subject to change at any point. Like, it's like, and if or plus 9, 7, if variable 6, give effect this, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. That's worth, if that's really worth doing videos, I don't know. 40% increased attack speed, didn't get the cruel. 230%, 7% damage to undead. You know, that's one change that I really wish they would make, and it's such a simple, small change, but I don't know if they could ever really do it. Is I'd like to see them in Diablo 2 change out the undead damage and the demon damage so that it actually works as on-weapon ED. I don't know if it's possible to do that, but like it could be very interesting to have a weapon that actually does a massive amount of damage specifically to demons and undead and maybe nothing else. Like there's a rune word. It's one of like the worst rune words in the game, by the way. I can't remember the name of it. Is it Eternity? I think it's Eternity. Because it's just awful. And I remember like when I first time I saw it, I'm like, this weapon doesn't have any like on weapon ED. Like there's no enhanced damage on it at all. And the first time you see it, like it almost looks good, but then you realize that it has basically no enhanced damage versus any, anything at all except for the undead and demon. And the undead and demon doesn't actually function the way that it should. So it ends up being like nothing, like absolutely nothing, because the base is so low. But it could theoretically, if they fixed it, it could theoretically make for a much more interesting weapon, a PvE weapon essentially that could potentially give somebody an advantage strictly in, like Chaos Sanctuary or something like that. But the thing about enhanced damage is that it only functions as on-weapon ED if it's on the weapon. So this wouldn't change things like Chains of Honor or like Laying of Hands or anything like that. They would still function as they normally do. That meteor's still falling long after he did. I have not really tried the new meta Druid, Warrior 7 Gaming. I mean, I did testing on it, but I didn't actually, like, build one. We've had quite a few Druids in the kinship, though, that have been using it.
What, on here?
Yeah.
What, Fury?
The Metamorphosis helmet.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's definitely a new helmet that can be used on a lot of builds.
It's fun, to an extent. I did some Ubers with it earlier.
Eternity. So Eternity is... Oh no, not Eternity. So that's not the right one then. Which one is it? If it's not Eternity. No, it's one of the ones that nobody uses.
Destruction?
I don't think Destruction is it, because Destruction has on-weapon ED, doesn't it?
I don't know, it's one that no one uses hardly.
Yeah, Destruction has lots of on-weapon ED. No, it's I'm looking right now to see if I can find it.
Silence?
Silence does have on-weapon ED. It's actually pretty good. The only reason people don't use that one is because there's better ones out there now. Do, 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 do. I remember it costs a high rune, if not multiple high runes. I can't remember exactly how many, but I remember it was bad. Like, it's one of those rune words that just doesn't yeah, this is it. It's Wrath. So Wrath is Pull Lum Bur Mal, and Wrath has 30% chance to cast Decrepify, level 1 Decrepify on striking, 5% chance to cast level 10 Life Tap on striking, 375% damage to demons. 300% damage to undead. 20% crushing blow, prevent monster heal, cannot be frozen, and a whole bunch of other crazy things. But, like, it has no on-weapon ED, so it basically does nothing. And unfortunately, the demon damage and the undead damage just don't work as on-weapon ED, so they don't actually help anything. And the huge bonus that they give, although it's nice, because the base is so low on that particular item, it just doesn't work out well. And so you end up with just basically no damage whatsoever. But if they made it so that 375% damage to demons and the 300% damage to undead actually did work against undead and demons, or rather acted as on-weapon ED on the weapon, that weapon might actually be a fun one to use since it has Decrepify and works against demons and undead. Could be a very powerful, you know, like Chaos Sanctuary farmer, basically. There's a couple more examples of stuff like that, too. I believe Edgebow also has, like, a high amount of undead and demon damage. Yeah. Edge is also one. It has 361% damage to demons and 280% damage to undead. But it has no on-weapon ED either. So Edgebow would also become something that you could actually use, you know, versus certain monsters. And there's a bunch of items like this throughout the game which just have a massive amount of a specific type of damage, but then don't actually enhance the base damage. So, like, look at it. It's 1 to 4 damage. It's 1 to 4 damage with 361% damage to demons. So it basically does 361% of 1 to 4. Whatever the hell that is. I mean, yeah, but there's other rune words too, Derelict. It's not just that particular rune word. There's other items in the game too. Like there's unique items that have really high demon and undead damage, but then don't have other stuff. Plague originally was the same way before they changed it, and everybody complained. And one of the things that they did to Plague to fix it was they actually gave it on-weapon ED and took away the demon and undead damage. Which fixed it. I mean, Grief is OP in PvP, like, pretty much no matter what. But for most PvP, like, good-mannered duels, Grief isn't allowed anyway, so... It bypasses the PvP penalty too much, and makes it very difficult to balance battles around. It's pretty much a straight-up I win button in most cases. Charge is a great skill in PvE to get around the map. It's not such a great skill to actually kill things with. Like, one of the things is that, like, when you're fighting monsters with charge, he will charge to the monster and he'll dish out a pretty nice amount of damage, but then when he's actually at the monster and the monster's not running away, then you're in a kind of a weird scenario where you're no longer charging at the monster. And it just kind of seems like a regular attack at that point. I never really quite figured out whether it's... Like, does he have to actually run at the target to get the bonus damage from the charge ability. Because that's what it feels like when I play him. Because, like, I would put knockback on my weapon, specifically for the charge pally. Because if he knocked the target back, he would charge back to the target. And it always felt like he was doing a hell of a lot more damage when he charged back to the target. Versus when he just stood there and attacked. Oh no. So.
What?
Why did he spawn there?
So deaded.
Oh, to say it's got jokes, I'm guessing.
For what?
I said DeSace have jokes spawning in weird places.
Yeah, he spawned a little oddly there.
Sure did.
What was it, 2.4 when that started happening?
Yeah, they did something with Lord Decease and they broke his spawn, and he does kind of spawn in weird places now. I've had him spawn directly. I've had him spawn directly by the
By the seal?
The seal, like on top of the seal before.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but that only started after they made the changes.
Yeah. They changed Fist of Heavens to where he could come in and wreck chaos. And then all of a sudden, DeSace said, "Surprise!"
He's killed quite a few hardcore characters ever since they made
Yes.
that change.
Mm-hmm. I don't think they broke him. They intentionally sabotaged him.
So
Sit up there and they laughed.
I just need to do some research on this, so I'm not confirmed. But somebody said that there was an interview with one of the developers for one of the, like internet news sites, and they were talking about the Butcher and how the Butcher comes and hunts you down. And they were saying that they have more monsters that are apparently going to be hunting us down throughout Diablo 4. Apparently it's not the only one.
I like that.
So we're gonna have some more crazy kooky monsters showing up to kill us.
Well, I think that it's just the Butcher right now, but they like the idea of adding in different ones since people liked it as much.
Oh, it's honestly in my opinion, it's right up there with the loot goblins as far as like mechanics that need to just like be added to the franchise forever. Like they hit on some money there and they need to just roll with it, and they need to literally make like 10, 20, maybe even 30 different monsters. There's tons of ones that they can pull from. Duriel is the obvious, like, looking for Bale. Like, they should just have Duriel show up with, like, the Holy Freeze aura and everything and just be like, looking for Bale. And then just start just knocking your freaking screws loose. I mean, Duriel is an obvious one because just like the Butcher, I think the Duriel was one of the harder monsters that has stopped a lot of players in Diablo over the years. Like when you first start playing the game, that's one of the places you get stuck at. You're like, oh man, freaking Diablo killed me like 6 times. Can't get my bodies back.
I think Duriel and one of the monsters from D3 are going to be the Ubers.
Lilith.
There's already achievements for it.
Could you imagine Lilith from Diablo 2 showing up with her poison, with her nasty poison and everything?
Well, Lee Sanders' bow. Light Canders, however you want.
I mean, I would be okay with her naming the character, like Andariel, just for the sake of the story plot. But just have like Andariel show up with like Lilith stats, like Killacious Gonorrheal poison that just like melts you into oblivion, like What is her line when you go and you like I'm trying to remember Lilith's, like the first time you see her.
Die, maggot.
Why can I not remember her? She's got a couple lines actually. Now that I think about it. The Maiden of Anguish. Look, boy. She says, "Die, maggot, fear me," and apparently she used to say, "The east is beyond your grasp." So yeah, she could show up and she could be like, "Die, maggot." I mean, that'd be great. I mean, Diablo is an obvious one too. Like, I know some people might not specifically want Diablo to show up as like a random monster that you could fight. But I mean, Diablo is technically immortal, right? So what does it matter? Like, Diablo just shows up and tries to kill you, and you guys can either die or... you know, and then he shows up and what does he say? Of course, the same thing he says every time. Not even death can save you from me. Diablo is pretty strong, too. Although, he's multi-elemental. So I feel like that could be a big thing in Diablo 4. Because he's going to have, what, fire, lightning. He even has the ice cold touch. So, like, if they set him up right, it could be very difficult to protect yourself against him, depending on, like, how much damage they give his various effects. His lightning Inferno is quite honestly the nastiest one and would probably wipe a lot of players. Iswal could be an interesting one, but Iswal was never very challenging. Like, I feel like the entire point of these guys is to be very challenging. And although Iswal is the tankiest, he's never been very scary. You know what I mean? I also thought it would be really cool if they expanded beyond just simply single monsters. Like, what if, like, the entire council from Travancore just showed up to kill you?
Ancients.
Yeah, or like, yeah, the ancients come to kill you or something. Like a trio or a group of monsters that are particularly powerful, like in sequence. I mean, I'd be even okay with Mephisto showing up to, like, try and kill me. I think that'd be hilarious. Yeah, Andoriel also says fear me, but... I really like the sound effect. They need to make it louder though. Like they need to make it like almost like just unignorable. Like when the butcher shows up, like you just need to like hear in your headphones like almost echoing, you know, like fresh meat. Oh crap, we got the butcher.
Imagine if Noathak just shows up and starts corpse exploding everything.
He can use your corpses too. Stop spawning corpses! Desummon the golem! I mean, there's tons of super unique monsters from Diablo 2 that they could pull from. Anyone that's like iconic and has that sort of a fear to it. The Butcher is a standout from Diablo 1, obviously. Most people who ran into him early on ended up getting killed.
What about it? Just a giant quill rat
Oh my god. Just like the evilest quill rat.
with multi-shot.
How about the one that was taken out of Diablo 2? Spell Flame the Quick, or whatever the hell his name was, the one that was cursed extra fast or whatever, like the one that literally killed like 1 million people. So you want to talk about OP monsters, okay? Like, let's talk about this for a second. This freaking Quill Rat was so freaking nasty and killed so many people that he got removed from the game. Okay? That's how freaking ridiculous this one freaking Quill Rat was. So when I tell you Quill Rats are freaking broken OP and like literally the Quill Rats will kill you even no matter what power level your monster is, know that there was literally a super unique monster that was removed from the game specifically because he literally was murdering everybody. His name was Flame Spike the Crawler, and he was at the Inner Cloister Waypoint. I put a link in the chat for you guys. He was removed when Lord of Destruction went live, and he always had 2 modifiers. Hold on, let me pull him up real quick. So he was always cursed, which means he would always amp damage you, which was really nasty. So right off the bat, he already had one of the more nasty effects. He was also always fire enchanted, which was also extremely nasty and would kill you oftentimes even when you killed him. So here's how it would go down, all right? Because you would basically portal into Inner Cloister, all right? So let me simulate. You would portal into Inner Cloister, and during the loading screen, especially back in the day because the loading screens were really long, he would literally be sitting on top of the waypoint. Because this is a particularly small zone anyway. Like, if you look at how big this zone is, it's not very big. And us having a super unique here in Inner Cloister was always nasty in the first place. Your mercenary would a lot of the times kill him for you while you were loading in. But because he was fire enchanted and cursed, you would almost always have amp damage cast on you before he died, and the fire enchantment would kill you when he died. If he didn't kill you, or if you didn't kill him right off the bat, you would often load in cursed to a group of Quill Rats shooting you, which would often just absolutely annihilate you from existence. And depending what other modifiers they spawned with, like for instance, Mighted, Fanaticism, Extra Fast, there was Extra Strong, quite a few different mechanics, Spectral Hit, and all those other nasty things. Like, they could literally just annihilate you from existence before you even loaded in. And then, to make matters worse, they were literally camping the waypoint, so you had to either go back around through jail or come down through Catacombs Level 2, naked, by the way, which was next to impossible. So you just basically had to leave and forfeit whatever gold you had because you couldn't get your body back, not unless your friend could go in and save you. But then more often than not, your friend would go in, and he would die while he was loading. It was great. It was absolutely great. And this boy got removed from the game because he was OP. So Flamespike the Crawler could be a really fun one, honestly. Just make him just as OP as he is in frickin' Diablo 2. But like, look who's back, boys! Look who's back. Thunderbun said he killed me many, many times. I mean, honestly, they have the opportunity here, in my opinion, to create some very powerful monsters as well. Like, I think it would be a very good time for them to just, like, create a really awesome monster that they can, like, attack you with. And if they don't do very well, if for some reason people don't like them, they could always remove them later. But, like, this is an opportunity for them to create some really cool, like, killers.
think Diablo needs Tonberry.
Oh man, Tonberry are freaking nasty. I was between in Final Fantasy games, the Tonberry and the freaking bombs. Between those two, the Tonberry and the bombs, like it was just always so nasty. If you guys never played Final Fantasy, let me clue you in. So the Tonberry is this really weird character that basically has the ability to, very rarely, by the way, it's not like a guaranteed chance, but very rarely he can just like outright kill you. So there's a possibility that he will just one-shot you. And the bomb also had a self-destruct, and the self-destruct was very damaging and could often kill you as well in one hit. And it was very, very tense fighting Tonberries because you never knew exactly what was going to happen. There was also in Final Fantasy XI, I don't know if you played 11, but the Tonberries actually had an enmity, which basically increased over the number of Tonberries that you killed. So the more Tonberries that you killed, the higher your enmity got, and the greater the chance was that you would end up getting one-shot by them because they basically hated you. And the more they hated you, the higher the chance got. And there was a way that you could clear your enmity, but it was pretty costly, if I remember correctly. And so people didn't want to kill Tonberries. They didn't want to kill Tonberries and raise their enmity, because then they would just more often than not end up getting one-shot by them. And oh my god, we could never kill the freaking bombs without them exploding. Like, you could try to stun them and interrupt their self-destruct, and literally you would see like 7 stuns come in from like multiple characters, and we would still somehow all fail, and the monster would blow up and still kill us. Honestly, I think the Cow King would make a really good monster to come hunt you down. I'm not sure if they'd do it because the Cow King is part of, like, you know, the secret, quote unquote, which is not a secret and hasn't been a secret for a very long time. But I think it would be hilarious if the Cow King came and freaking hunted you down. I also really like that they didn't make him, like, super weak. Like, he's killable, yes, but he's not, like, ridiculously weak or anything, which I think is a very big testament to them understanding, like, correctly what the Butcher represents, which is, you know, very, very simply put, a scary thing that's supposed to be scary. I felt like in Diablo 3, I know they had the Butcher in Diablo 3, but he was not anywhere near as scary as the Butcher in Diablo 4. He was almost kind of laughable, to be honest. I'm trying to think if there's any other monsters, like, iconic ones from Diablo 1. I mean, of course there's Lazarus. There's also that really tough Black Knight that he's on like floor 11 or floor 12 or something like that. He's like the Lord of something. Why can't I remember his name? I remember he kicked my butt the first time I fought him as well. He's in that big room that has all like the armor racks and the weapon racks. He could make an interesting one. I mean, demons don't really die, right? So he should still be alive, technically. I would hope that they're adding raid systems after all the complaints that we got from the frickin' Ashava fights. Everybody and their mama was up in there trying to make a group, and we're all like, huh. I guess we can't. That's weird.
I think they said they really like that idea. It's probably gonna happen.
I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, if they want us to form raids to fight world bosses, then give us a raid functionality so we can make a little raid party. Oh, Diablo 1 Butcher was straight up frickin' fire. There were very few characters, I think, like really early on in Diablo 1 that could effectively tank, like just straight up tank the Butcher. And Diablo 1's durability system made it very difficult. Because even if you could tank the Butcher, you still had to have the DPS output to actually kill him before all your equipment broke. Because he would just sit there and just keep hacking away at you for basically forever until you died. Do you got a hustle bow? Big Pimpin'? I think that's Big Pimpin'.
You mean the one I'm running right now?
Yeah, your bow's on.
Yeah, I've got a wind force socketed with an ohm rune.
No, I was asking if you have a hustle buff bow.
Stay a while and listen.
No, I'm pretty sure I don't.
Oh, well here. Fastest, best base for a hustle buff bow you can get. It's even superior.
Wait, let me move some stuff around here. There we go.
Oh yeah, you have a torchette, right?
It's I mean, hustle is basically just about pre-buff anyway. You're just gonna get the you're just using it to grab the burst of speed. So you just find if that's the fastest base, I'm pretty sure the blade bow is the fastest one, and then you just throw your hustle rune words in there, and then you get a nice little pre-buff bow. You want fast because you want to be able to proc the effect as quickly as possible and swap back.
Wait.
I mean, it lasts for what, 2.5 minutes or whatever, or 2 minutes? I can't even remember. All you really have to do is just swap to it every now and then, fire off a couple strafes, and you probably should have. You probably should have it.
Ready to fly, huh?
Yeah. I mean, strafe is literally the proc king. Like it's
Yeah, no
10 arrows that pierce like 5 times each and hit like a 6th time. So it's like, what is it, 60? It's like 60 total proc chances if you hit like every single piercing shot.
Never could find a good EDIS jewel, so I just stuck my freaking ohm rune in it.
I mean, it's 50% as opposed to, yeah. Well, the hustle should help a little bit with your attack speed too, because that'll give you your nice IAS.
Which runes are they again? Shale, IO,
Um,
Hickory Dickory Dock.
just type in !hustle
Okay.
in Discord or in live stream chat. I'm pretty sure I have it programmed in the Discord at the very least.
You're right, man. It's probably all I'd have to do is pop over strafe one time and then pop right back, and I'd keep it.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a visual cue that it's at your feet, so you should be able to physically see that it has procced. I'm not sure what you're using on your offhand right now, but
I believe it or not, I've got Nadge's Puzzler on there for the,
teleport.
but I don't really use it a lot.
Well, yeah. Well, there you go. Then definitely, yeah, that'll work out nicely for you.
You've got such pathetic speed when she tries to teleport. It's like using the bathroom when you're constipated almost when she goes to teleport.
Well, not only does Hustle have the burst of speed, it also has fanaticism. So when you swap over to do your pre-buff, like it's gonna be really freaking fast. Like you're gonna. And you'll know and that's also a good thing also, because you're going to know you're on your bow, your pre-buff bow, because you'll have fanaticism at your feet. So whenever you have fanaticism, you know you're on the wrong bow, which is also helpful.
Sweet. I need all the cues I can get.
Diablo 2 is way better, Tony. This game is leagues better than Diablo 3. Even before it was Diablo 2 Resurrected, it was better. And now that Diablo 2 Resurrected has come out and improved it, like it's way better. I've played both, by the way. Like, I'm not just talking out my butt cheek. Like, I've put some considerable time into Diablo 3 over the years, and on 2 separate occasions, by the way. Once back when it launched, which was for a pretty considerable amount of time. Oh, it was a freaking Duriel shell just sitting on the ground over here. Once back when it launched for a very long period of time until eventually I gave up. Another time when they released the Reaper of Souls expansion. And then when I got my Nintendo Switch and Diablo 3 came out for the Nintendo Switch, I actually put a really long period of time into the game during the Nintendo Switch era as well, like when it was brand new. Because I was playing Diablo 3 on the Nintendo Switch at work, and a bunch of other things, and I had a lot of fun, like, leveling up characters. But inevitably, I just got really bored with the way that the game just puts you on, like, a never-ending treadmill of like, I'm a hamster, and there's there's just, like, an infinite number of rifts, and it just never ends. And I don't know, I just get kind of bored with the whole never-ending hamster routine. Just keep running on your hamster wheel. Oh, you got more powerful? Well, you know, doesn't matter, because keep running on your hamster wheel. It's one of the biggest distinctions between Diablo 3 and Diablo 2 that I can make for you that really kind of explains the difference between the two games, is that in Diablo 2, you feel strong. In Diablo 2, you eventually do get to the point where your character is a very strong character, and you can go into a zone and you feel strong. In Diablo 3, there was never any I feel strong. There was, oh, you've upgraded your equipment? Well, there's a stronger difficulty for you to challenge yourself against. Oh yeah, you got like the highest eye level piece of gear, and you got all your ancient legendaries, and you're doing real hot, and you finally got your newest legendary affix. Well, yep, now there's, you know, Greater Rift 150 that you can challenge yourself against, and it was just like a never-ending, like, every time that you increased your power level, there was a subsequent increase in difficulty that you could obtain to make that power level essentially worthless. And I got to the point where I didn't really enjoy that. Like, I wanted to get to the point where my character was OP. I like to make a character to the point where they feel infinitely strong. Like, yes, I like higher difficulties, and I always want there to be a higher difficulty for me to go to. But at some point or another, it needs to end, so that I'm pushing against that boundary and testing myself against the highest difficulty that the game has to offer. And that highest difficulty is a very good thing. Because it represents, you know, like a goal that I'm going to achieve. If somebody keeps moving the goalpost forward every single time I achieve a new power level, it doesn't have quite the same feeling. Like, I mean, could you imagine you finally run a mile, and then your teacher's like, all right, now run 1.2 miles. And he moves the goalpost a little bit further, and you can't quite do it. And then he moves it 2 miles, and then he moves it 5 miles, and then he moves it 50 miles. And then, like, you're like, yay, I finally ran 100 miles. And he's like, yeah, we'll run 1,000. And you finally run 1,000, and he's like, yeah, run 10,000. And then you finally run 10,000, and he's like, you know what? Run to the moon. And you're like, is that even possible? Can I run to the moon? He's like, here's a space treadmill. And then you finally run to the moon, and he's like, all right, now run to Jupiter. And you're like, this is just getting insane, okay? I'm not even joking, by the way, because that's literally what it's like in Diablo 3. Like, it seems like an exaggeration, but it's not even. It's not even an exaggeration. It really isn't. That being said, I feel like Diablo 2 is open for potentially releasing a new difficulty mode at some point. Like, I don't want to see like 100 new difficulty modes, and I don't want to see any greater rifts or anything or stupid like that. But like, I wouldn't be entirely against them releasing like a slightly harder difficulty mode than Hell difficulty in Diablo 2. Like, let us bash our heads against something new. You know, and bring down our resistances even further. Just follow the same theme, basically. Like, make it so that, like, instead of it being, what is it, -75 or -70 in Hell or whatever, make it, like, frickin' -100 or -150 or some stupid. And then, like, give the the monsters one more modifier. Because isn't that what they do in, when you go from, like, normal to nightmare? Like, the monsters go from 1 modifier to 2 modifiers, and then like in nightmare to hell they go from like 2 to 3 modifiers. So like, give the monsters 4 modifiers at this point, like maybe with a chance for a 5th or something. I don't know, so it just like really stacks it on. And then let us bash our heads against the new difficulty mode. I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be terrible, like, just having, like, a really hard difficulty mode to just run around and have fun with.
But they could just guarantee every single elite monster gets an aura.
I mean, that would be pretty nasty, actually, yeah. Because the auras definitely do combine and make for some really nasty combos. Like, especially when you get, like, an extra fast pack mixed with like fanaticism, and then like top it off with a little bit of might and some other nasty stuff. It does get pretty bad.
A new difficulty mode would make it hard to interact with some other players, though, since for trading, if everyone's in the Hell games, then they wouldn't be able to be in this 4th difficulty mode to see the trade games.
Well, I mean, the thing is that Hell difficulty would still be perfectly viable, and a lot of players wouldn't leave Hell. Like, you would have to actually, like, what we're talking about is a new game mode that pushes your character to, like, new limits and forces you to rethink your builds, because this would be something that most characters right now probably wouldn't be able to handle. Like, that's basically what we're talking about is a mode that would require you to build almost specifically for it. Because the negative resistance going up right off the bat is going to invalidate a lot of people's builds. Some people are barely hitting the resistance numbers that they need even for Hell difficulty. And you increase that penalty even further, it's really not going to be nice for a lot of people. Hardcore mode isn't more difficult, it just requires a different mindset. Like, I kind of despise the notion that hardcore difficulty is harder, because it's not necessarily harder, it just requires you to play the game differently. When you know that your death is going to be permanent, you change the way that you play the game. Like, you do less risking of your life. You build your character tankier than you would in this particular version of the game. In general, when you play hardcore, it's an entire different mentality. You're not like, oh, how much damage can I get out of this particular character? No, you're on the other side of the equation. You're like, okay, well, how much damage can I get without sacrificing, too much survivability? Well, as long as we don't get the ridiculous Diablo 3 Barbarian that honestly I'd never want to see again in my entire life, I'll be happy with the Diablo 4 Barbarian. If you guys have never seen the absolutely silly, just I don't even know how to put it, cartoonish, like, creations that came from Diablo 3. Literally characters that would literally just spin around like Tasmanian devils, killing everything on the screen, never ending. Like, they literally would just spin to win through the entire dungeon, never stopping to even take a breath or to do anything. Just literally just going like 18,000 miles an hour. Like, you're literally watching, I'm not even joking, like an episode of Bugs Bunny with the Tasmanian devil on it. And the Tasmanian devil is just like going through trees, going through buildings, going through rocks, and like never stops the entire time. Like, that's the kind of really stupid stuff that would go on in Diablo 3. Like, to the point where literally people couldn't even keep up with the Barbarian. I distinctly remember several times playing Diablo 3 where literally I was playing on like the Crusader or something like that, and the Barbarians came in with their stupid whirlwind builds with like increased speed on absolutely everything, to the point where even if you like charged after them and pumped up your speed as high as possible, you literally couldn't even keep up with them. Because they were literally just whirlwinding through the entire map at like Mach 9.
Yeah, there's still going to be spinning like that once you get full build, but you're not going to be that fast.
Like, just the general gist of the, like, the idea that you can literally outrun every single other player in the game is absolutely silly. I remember so many times I'd be in runs where literally nobody could keep up with the Barbarian. I believe the Demon Hunter also had a similar build. The Demon Hunter also was literally just spinning around, killing everything. And could do it at the same speed as the Barbarian for the most part.
Yeah, strafe's on.
Turbo chicken. I don't know. Somebody was like comparing. I think it was Lucky Luciano. He was like comparing the pacing and like the way the game works of Diablo 4 versus Diablo 2, and he's like, is Diablo 4 more like Diablo 2 or Diablo 3? And he literally flashes to an image of one of the demon hunters, just like whirlwinding through the map at like Mach 9. And he's like, yeah, I'd have to give it to Diablo 2 on this one. I just started laughing. What's up, Maggie Waggy? Yeah, I'm like hesitant to say that none of those builds will exist in Diablo 4 because I can see the potential for them. But then at the same time, I also see how difficult the monsters scale with their like elite status. And I'm really curious as to whether the like really hard difficulty modes are going to be too difficult for that kind of silliness. Because that's what it kind of feels like at the moment. Like the monsters that are given serious threat, so to speak, will actually represent a serious challenge. Which is a good thing. But in Diablo 3, like, nothing really represented a serious challenge. Pretty much at all. So it's kind of like a catch-22 there. Because you when you went through Diablo 3, if you were set up for your torment, as long as you weren't like outside of the torment that you were supposed to be in, like nothing really represented much of a challenge at all.
What do you need?
So doing that kind of thing where you're literally just spinning through the map at Mach 9, killing everything that moves, isn't really as impressive when you consider the fact that there's really not a lot of monsters in that game that were actually much of a challenge. Meanwhile, the butcher's popping into freaking dungeons and clapping cheeks in Diablo 4. I'm hoping they don't chicken out with that kind of stuff, by the way. I'm really hoping that they keep it up. Because I remember in the beginning of Diablo 3, I don't know if you guys remember, but there were some monsters in the beginning of Diablo 3 before they chickened out and they nerfed it that could literally just like one-shot you off the face of the planet. And in the beginning, Diablo 3 did have a lot more fearsome monsters that were difficult to handle.
Well, it just wasn't tuned at all. Like, at the start, I was in Inferno, Act 4, and those stupid flying demon things that would just charge you for like 200k damage, and it's unavoidable.
Well, yeah, it needed to be tuned properly, but instead of tuning it properly, they just chickened out completely, and they just went the other direction.
But like, how did it even get released in that state? Like, unless you were playing an overpowered exploit build, you just couldn't do it.
I mean, no, there were monsters in that game that would just one-shot you. And in Act 2, wasn't there like a little bug or insect or something that would just explode and kill you? It's been a long time since the dawning of the dawning of the age of Aquarius over here, but
Yeah, I call them the mosquitoes.
Yeah, the bees were bad, but it was possible to dodge it as long as there's not too many at once.
yeah.
They're almost like the same mosquitoes in Valheim.
But like the
I
Act
don't
4
know
mob,
if you played it.
like you're just walking around and it just flies out from nowhere, and it's unavoidable damage. It just hits you.
I think so speaking of tuning, I think the Butcher was tuned properly. Like, don't you guys think that he represented a serious enough challenge, that he was deadly enough that most people who were not ready for him or who didn't have their characters figured out properly wouldn't be able to beat him? But if you had figured out your character properly and you were set up okay, like, you could possibly kill him. It was within the realm of possibility, and I felt like it was like the perfect balance. Like, difficult, but not impossible. And that's the difference between, like, your guy that you're talking about. Like, difficult would be a monster that does 200k damage that you could potentially, you know, avoid. Impossible is a monster that can't be avoided. So he's just going to one-shot you no matter what. And I didn't like how a lot of the defensive capability from Diablo 3 came from active buffs. That was also pretty nasty, too. So, like, if you had a monster that popped out of nowhere, more often than not, none of your defensive buffs were up. Because they often required you to use X skill, you know, a certain number of times. Like, they needed to generate. And once your defenses were generated in that game, then yeah, you were pretty tanky. But if you had a monster pop up out of nowhere and attack you, well, guess what? Your defenses were down. So yeah, he's gonna kill you. And I had that happen so much in Diablo 3 that it was just silly. Because yeah, you literally could just face tank everything if you had all your buffs up. But if a monster surprised you when your buffs were down, like, you were basically like the weakest thing on the planet at that particular moment because you didn't have any of your buffs up. Whereas in Diablo 2, you feel a lot tankier. Like, you don't need all of your buffs up to be tanky in this game. You just need to make sure you have enough defense, you've got enough resistances, and, like, yeah, I mean, battle shouts and stuff like that will help. But, like, you won't just immediately die because your battle shouts are down.
Just need more ED on that.
Hey, Hand of the Blessed Light. I don't have the room.
2-4.
I can't remember what the rules are on that.
I think it's like 2-4-4.
I don't know. I think that Diablo 4 has hit a very nice balance between the two. I'd like to see the end game, of course, and test out the higher difficulty modes, but I mean, it feels good so far. I was definitely able to make some crazy builds, though, I'll tell you what. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. I think having so many different crazy builds that you can make is a good thing, as long as they're not like like the Blood Mist Necro, which is I hate to say it, but that build needs to be nerfed into oblivion. Like they need to just like take the nerf mallet straight to that thing.
You don't really have to worry about that. It existed in the endgame task, but it was so like it doesn't scale.
Well, I'm talking about the infinite invulnerability. Like, it doesn't matter so much about the damage. If you can basically be infinitely vulnerable, that's a problem. Like, it's... Something has to be done about the Blood Mist ability itself, like providing invulnerability. Maybe it needs to be turned into a barrier skill. Maybe it needs to be turned into, like, a damage mitigation skill or something. But complete invulnerability that can be spammed over and over and over again is a problem within any game.
Yeah, I did run Blood in the endgame, but I don't think you could keep it up that much.
I mean, even with, like, a bad rolled legendary, you could literally keep it up, like, 100% of the time. And when I mean bad roll, like, I think I had, like, a 0.0 or 0.7 was the cooldown reduction on mine. And a couple people came in and told me that they had it on a two-handed weapon, like a scythe or something like that, and it was, like 1.5 seconds or something like that. It was almost double mine.
No, perfect roll on two-hander was actually 3 seconds.
3 seconds. 3 seconds. So and with the I was able to keep it permanently up basically with the 0.7. So I can only imagine that if you had the 3-second version, you would be able to permanently keep it up with very minimal corpses.
Yeah, the problem was Blood ended up being 0 DPS. Sure, you can be invulnerable, but you're not going to kill anything ever.
I mean, it's not really about, like, the killing things. Like, you could have other things going on while you're being invulnerable. I mean, damage over time comes to mind as the strong winner there. If you do a really high damage over time build, and then essentially maintain invulnerability while your damage over time is ticking, you would essentially just be able to wait out any monster.
Pretty sure that they were healing more than the damage you were putting out.
From the actual Blood Mist ability, yeah, that's not what I'm talking about.
No, you'd have to invest a lot into the actual other skills.
Yeah. You don't really have to invest very much into that Blood Mist ability to make it permanently invincible. I mean, it's pretty much just... You don't even have to max out Corpse Explosion. I'm pretty sure you don't even have to max out Blood Mist. Like, it's pretty much just 1 point. You want to grab the two passives, so you have the corpses that are automatically dropping, and then you have to use the legendary. And then at that point, it's pretty much just, do I have enough corpses on the ground to maintain it indefinitely? And everything else from that point is whatever damage skill you actually want to use.
Yeah, like, if it is permanent 100% uptime and vulnerability, it needs to be changed. But in the endgame test, I don't know if they changed something between them, but I don't remember it being any good.
I don't know, I was able to maintain it indefinitely with 0.7 seconds, so I would imagine it would be extremely easy for a a full Necromancer with like decked out equipment and like a 3-second version to be able to maintain. And it's not even just maintaining it. Like, that's the other thing that's actually kind of crazy about it, because I was using it during the Ashava fight, and I didn't keep it up all the time. I was using other abilities, but anytime I needed it, literally anytime I needed it, it was up. So anytime Ashava stomped on my head, anytime I was poisoned, anytime anything happened which even remotely challenged or like threatened my life, it was sitting there waiting for me to press it. It was like having an I win button, just like on standby.
Garbage.
What's garbage?
17 Nagel.
Yeah, the Shava fight is really what kind of like made me realize just how broken it was. Is just how I never was in any danger. Not at any point during the Ashava fight with the Necromancer did I ever feel like I was in any danger whatsoever. I remember at one point she hit me with her claw swipe, did most of my HP and damage, and I was poisoned and I was bleeding out, and I just tapped Blood Mist and was instantly fine. And because there were so many corpses on the ground from all of the various things that were going on during the fight, it was instantly back up. I'm curious which route they're going to go with it, though. Like, are they going to just, like, increase the cooldown? Which, I mean, that could be a viable option, but then they might make it useless as an ability. Some people were saying that it needs to be just taken away as a defensive cooldown and just turned into an actual ability. And that way, it's not having that infinite invulnerability thing going on.
Well, they just have to nerf the cooldown recharge, because otherwise, like, Necro is pretty garbage class.
I like the Necromancer.
Yeah, it's alright, but they have no mobility. Blood Mist is literally their only defensive layer. If you go into Blood, you get Fortify, but they really don't have much going for them outside of Minions, which die late game, and Corpse Explosion.
I didn't have too much issues with my minions dying if I beefed them up.
At level 25.
I mean, I'm talking about like the difference between like beefing them up and not beefing them up. And they died all the time when they weren't beefed up, but they definitely seemed a lot more tanky and a lot harder for the bosses to kill when I actually put points into them.
There's a unique that gives them attack speed and like 90% damage reduction during their ultimate, the Army of the Dead.
Yeah, I didn't really like the Army of the Dead skill.
That's the only way they're going to survive that game.
I mean, there's also the complete damage negation that they have as well.
Yeah, the shield ones.
Mm-hmm. There's actually a couple different ones like that. There's a item that you can get as well, a legendary affix. I think I got it on the Necromancer during the beta. It was like if the monsters take more than 50% of their life, or I can't remember exactly what it said. I'd have to pull it back up. But it basically just prevented them from dying if a hit exceeded 50% of their life.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
That would also be one that would make them more tanky. I mean, there was a couple legendary affixes that seemed pretty nice. I mean, honestly, though, don't we expect them to die? Isn't that the entire point? We resurrect them. You would just keep resurrecting them from corpses. They're fodder. I mean, that's what they're for. Obviously, they can't be so weak that they're just always on the ground, but...
Well, I found it funny that no one would believe us that barbs aren't actual garbage until very, very late last day. People got gear for them.
Oh, I never thought they were bad. They were difficult to level up comparatively to the other classes, but there was definitely like nothing garbage about like I even had several people literally in freaking chat. Like I'm literally playing the Barbarian and they're like, "Oh, the Barbarian sucks. He can't do anything." And I'm like, "Dude, I literally just wiped the entire screen with one button." I'm like, "I don't know what you're talking about." Like look, like here, I'm gonna go. I literally went to the level 30 zone. Core Dragon, and literally just wiped an entire group of level 30 monsters with like 1 or 2 button presses. And they're like, "Oh yeah, it's okay, I guess, but it's not as good as blah 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 build." And I'm like, okay, all right, whatever you say.
Fixed scaling. The level scaling on abilities, like I think they had it just at like certain levels, like level 30, level 50, whatever. It just suddenly bumps up in damage, but they should do gradual scaling with each level.
And I would like to see less weapon-based scaling and more what do you call it? Like skill-based scaling. I know they had some skill-based scaling in the game, not as much as I would like, but there were certain skills that had their own specific damage, and as the skill leveled up, it increased the damage output. But a lot of the abilities were just based on your weapon. And it's not really my favorite way of dealing with those mechanics. It just feels too much like Diablo 3. Like, I mean, yes, your weapon should have some effect on your damage output, but when your weapon is the sole contributor for your damage output, it feels a lot like Diablo 3. Like, way too much. I remember back in Diablo 3, it literally got to the point where you would have, like, the most amazing godlike weapon for your particular build. Like, perfect stats, perfect skills, you know, effects, everything, legendary affix. And then you would pick up, like, a frickin' blue hammer that had, like, a couple extra eye levels over what you were using. And the damage output on the blue hammer would somehow still be better than your frickin' perfectly crafted legendary item. And that always struck me as just really stupid. And I guess that's why in Diablo 4 they did the legendary aspect system, so you could at least take the aspect off of your godlike weapon and put it onto the new weapon that you find that has better damage. But it still seems stupid to have the weapon be so strong in its determination for your damage output.
It's a bit of both. Like, plus the skills makes a lot more impact. Like, D3 didn't really have much of that. Like,
oh, there was no plus to skills in D3. Yeah, I mean, it didn't even exist.
Makes a much bigger difference at high levels. Like, say you get, like, +4 to your ability on your gloves or something.
With regard to skills, do you think they should have a dedicated skill slot for movement skills and the ultimate skill?
I mean, that's basically what dash is, right? And several of the abilities actually take the place of dash. I'm sorry, not dash, evade.
Right.
I believe there's a legendary that makes dash take the space of evade. Isn't there one that makes teleport take the space of evade?
Yeah, teleport one.
So like, I would be fine with that. Like, if the movement, whatever movement ability the character has, just simply overrides the basic evade skill. There's no, I wouldn't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, because like a game like Guild Wars, I think had 8 skill slots. This one has 6. Do you feel like 6 is enough?
Well, the way that they have the game balanced, it has to be 6. Like, they can't change it. I've looked at it from every angle, and there's too many skills within the trees that I would call one-point wonders, just like in Diablo 2. And they're so good that they're like if I had infinite, you know, space for as many skills as I wanted, then of course I'm gonna choose these. They're just gonna be like, oh, if you don't choose this, you're an idiot.
Right.
One really obvious example is the Druid's Cyclone Armor. So the Druid Cyclone Armor literally just gives you a passive buff that just gives you, what is it, 20% all non-physical damage mitigation types. And then there's also a legendary that you can get that will allow that to affect everybody within the group as well as companions, and also add in a physical damage reduction as well. And you don't have to use the ability. You don't have to do anything but simply have it and put it on your bar. So if they give you infinite slots, of course everybody's going to put at least 1 point or have an item that has +1 Cyclone Armor, and they're going to put it on the bar, because who wouldn't want an extra 20% non-physical damage mitigation? And there's other things within the skill trees that I noticed were exactly like that. And they're like no-brainers. Like, of course I'm going to put a point in that. Like, why wouldn't I put a point in that if it's going to be free? Hurricane comes to mind, because Hurricane is just like free additional slowing that you can do. So like, why wouldn't every Druid who's a melee character also have Hurricane on their bar, just so that they get the extra, you know, the extra slow effect?
Extra 17 damage.
I mean, it's not about the damage, it's about the effects that they can provide. Like, Blood Mist makes you invulnerable. You don't really need the damage from it, you need the invulnerability from it. Like, take the Sorceress, for instance. Like, if the Sorceress had infinite slots, she could put on Flame Shield, Ice Shield, and Teleport all at the same time. And Flame Shield is already pretty OP, Ice Shield is pretty damn good, and then she has literally 3 defensive mechanics that she can use at any given point. They're limiting you because they don't want you to have every single defensive mechanic. They don't want you to have every single passive ability. They don't want you to be able to put literally every single thing on your bar and literally have the most godlike character that ever existed. And that's exactly how it would end up.
Yeah, they did a really good job making sure, like, most skills are actually stuff you'd want to use in some sort of build, and you have to choose.
Now, I don't agree with the Necromancer skeletons taking up slots. I feel like that's going to create a situation where people are going to deliberately choose to sacrifice the skeletons just so they can get more slots. And I feel like it also makes a situation where if the skeletons or the golem aren't providing enough utility to the Necromancer, then they're definitely going to get sacrificed. Like he said, if they can't stay alive in in-game content, and I can sacrifice them and get 2 more slots, then I'm going to sacrifice them and get 2 more slots. And maybe bring them down to 1 slot might be a little bit more agreeable, like put the golem and the skeletons together so that it's just 1. That way it's more enticing to the player. They do offer some very nice bonuses, quite honestly. I was playing around with them, and even when I looked at potentially sacrificing them, a lot of the times I was like, you know, but I can do this with this particular one and get, you know, a really nice slowing effect, or generate more corpses, or, you know, like there was like 100 different things you could do with the frickin' minions to make them more useful, which was frickin' amazing.
Well, that's the thing, like, if you want to go all in to Minion Monster build, I'm sure you can make them viable, but you have to actually build into it. You can't just throw your skeletons and expect them to live on a bone build or something.
Well, I mean, if you're doing a bone build and you have the minions, one would assume that you know, deliberately made them so that they're augmenting your bone build. So, like, if you're doing a crowd control build, you might go for the like the cold mages who are providing the chilling effects and the freezing effects. And as we found out during the beta, you know, like, my freezing effects can affect you as well. So, like, there could even be opportunities to build, like, synergistic builds where, like, I'm going with all frost effects and then you're going with all frost effects, and then, like, you know, my boy over here is doing full frost effects, and, like, we're just freezing everything and triggering all sorts of amazing damage numbers because we, you know, we're just chilling, constantly chilling and overlapping our chills on top of each other, which honestly seems pretty dang OP. The kind of like the synergistic kind of ideas of building things like that, where everybody's slowing stuff and everybody's set up for crowd control, so you get tons and tons of crowd control rolling. It staggers the bosses really fast too. I noticed when I was playing the Earth Druid, who has tons of crowd control effects, he could stagger the bosses really quickly. It was like every single time he attacked, he was applying some stagger.
Yeah, I think they nerfed the deep freeze though, because it barely did anything when I did on the boss.
Bosses are interesting because they just, you know, they're very much so one of those characters that's just like, am I set up properly? Like, am I set up properly to fight this guy? Like, and the butcher is the epitome of that, right? So, like, whenever the butcher comes and fights you, you're like, oh, okay, well, I suck versus bosses. Like, I do good versus trash, but, yeah, not doing that great versus the bosses at all. In fact, the butcher pretty much, you know, like, bent me over in the back room, and I didn't really have much of a chance at all, and I cried afterwards.
The thing about the butcher is, like, you're supposed to run away from them if you can't deal with him. But they made him so fast. And
oh, yeah. He's very fast.
Like, if you get him in a long, narrow hallway, you can't really outrun him. Even Stork with teleport.
Oh, and you can't slow him down either. So you're pretty much just, it's pretty much just fight him, or try and reach the doorway before he claps your cheeks.
That is part of the reason I have an issue with the scaling. Like, when you level up, you actually get weaker unless you're constantly upgrading every piece of gear you have. Which is a
symptom of tying everything to the weapon. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
It's not just that.
When you tie everything to the weapon, the monster levels up, and if your weapon doesn't level up with the monster, then you're essentially getting weaker every single time you level.
It's weakening your defenses too. Like, your armor scaling gets nerfed heavily. Your resistances go down as you level 2. Like, you have to upgrade every slot of gear, and if you're slightly behind, the butcher's just gonna kill you.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's just, it's a bad thing of tying everything to the weapon. When you tie it to the skills, leveling actually doesn't decrease your power level. At that point, you're leveling and your skill is going up, and so you're not decreasing. Your damage output isn't decreasing because you leveled up.
Like, the first time I found him in the beta, like, I knew what I'm doing. And I knew he was going to kill me because there's nothing I could do.
It was at that moment that I knew that I was going to die.
It's either log out or die.
I don't know. I would honestly like to see, I think, a version of the game that doesn't involve scaling. Like, I know that they want that in the game for specific reasons. Accessibility reasons. Like playing with your friends. Like, when your friend is, you know, on a low-level character or something, and, like, you just... the mismatch between your levels is just too high. Like, being able to turn it on, like back in Final Fantasy XI when they first added it, what they did was they actually made it into a function that you could activate. And that was good because during those times when you needed it, like when you were trying to, you know, level up with your friend, you had the option. But it wasn't forced upon you like it is in Diablo 4.
Well, they had that issue in Path of Exile as well, too. Like, they added an option where you can opt into dynamic scaling, and it actually was killing hardcore players because of weird interactions.
Well, yeah, in Diablo, or sorry, in, not Diablo, in Final Fantasy XI, the armor and stuff didn't quite scale properly, and it was difficult for the game to figure out what to do with unique abilities. So, like, in Final Fantasy, actually, I accidentally did 24. In Diablo 2, you have, like, these unique effects, right? And in Final Fantasy 11, you also had these unique effects, but they were at specific levels. So you had to be like level 50 to put on this piece of equipment that gave you this very unique effect. And the game couldn't quite figure out how to deal with these unique effects and would often just simply strip them from the piece of equipment. So like if you were using some specific piece of equipment that required level 50 to use and you were level scaled down to level 49 or lower, it would just simply remove the effect from the armor entirely. And it was very unfortunate because a lot of builds got broken by that because it just didn't know what to do with that stuff. But, I mean, that's just... it's just something that level scaling systems, I think, always have to deal with. You either give them their broken ability and let them be OP at level 30, or...
Well, there is an extent, too. Like, when I was a higher level on my Druid, someone needed help with the world boss on a lower tier. So I'd go there, and I was still, like, super overpowered. You just don't see it too much in the closed beta because there's only the basic difficulty level.
Speaking of scaling, did you notice that the scaling didn't actually function, like, directly for everything? So, like, if I went into a dungeon with a level 5, a level 10, and a level 15, and I was level 20, the level 10, the level 5, and the 15 would all see the monsters at their specific level. Okay? When the Butcher came and fought us, we had a really effed up group. A Baroon! Oh, look at that! You want to roll for it, Sosu? Actually, we should have split it. It's two of us.
I have a Sir, actually.
Yeah, we'll split it. So when he came to fight us at level 20, 18, and 7, the Butcher was level 19, not level 20. So I was level 20, which if it scaled the way that it was supposed to, it should have been level 20 for me, right? And then he should have seen 18, and then she should have seen 7. But apparently they kind of like did a in-between because he was 18 and I was 20 and made him level 19. So apparently some of the monsters are scaling differently than just simply directly to each character.
Yeah, it's weird because some dungeons have set level floors too. So I guess it was just averaging with the floor somewhere.
It must have averaged between the two of us. Oh, I thought you were coming to town to get the Sir Rune. That's what I...
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sir Runes and Burr Runes just all over the floor.
Should be doing that with the server issues they've had though.
That's a really nice find, Burr Rune.
It is.
If you guys are confused at what we just did, we were both in here together when it dropped, so we both had claim to it. So instead of rolling it, like we would normally do between like 8 people, because splitting up a Burr Rune between 8 people is just silly, we just both lay claim to half of the Burr Rune, and half of a Burr Rune is a Sir Rune, because 2 Sir Runes equals a Burr. If you take 2 Sir Runes, you put them in a cube and cube them up, you get guaranteed a Burr Rune. So it's 100% half. Unlike using trade values, which is completely different. Trade values is, I don't even know what the hell you would do, like how many lows for a Burr Rune or something, and then like figure out how many how much half a Burr Rune is worth in low runes or something. It would be next to impossible. You'd have to go by like current trade values for the day and silly stuff like that. But I'm hoping and I'm praying that higher difficulty modes don't have any level scaling whatsoever, because I don't necessarily like level scaling. I think it's good for entry-level players to get access to the game, but I also think it's extremely bad in the long term in the end game. So I think that honestly they need to just simply remove it for the end game, but keep it for the beginning. I'm fine with it being like between the levels of like 1 to 70 or something like that. But like from 70 to 100, it needs to be all like just no level scaling whatsoever on anything.
Yeah, it is still gonna scale, but it's gonna have like higher floors, I think.
Well, I mean, take for instance, even in the low-level zones, there were areas that didn't scale. Cordragon was level 30, that didn't scale. Before you beat it, it was what, 27, and then that didn't scale either. So like, I'm hopeful that there will be areas that just do not scale.
Oh yeah, some content has set levels, like all of Act 2, I think it starts at 25. Act 3, I'm guessing, I don't know where it is going to be, but there was a zone that's like 35 always. So you can go there at low levels too. And also, you're going to have to do the campaign, but if you can complete the cathedral boss at a lower level, you could go in a nightmare and have everything be 50 plus, if you think you can do it.
They scale up to your level after you pass them with your level?
Yeah.
Hmm.
But certain areas did have like set levels. So like it would always be at least whatever.
See, I don't particularly like that. I mean, if they're going to have an area not scale, just let it not scale. Like, that way, just like we were talking about earlier, you know, like, in Diablo 2, eventually it gets to a point where, you know, you've hit the highest difficulty, you're building your characters for that highest difficulty, and you're bashing your head against the wall. Like, it should always get to the point where eventually you feel strong. Like, you should be able to go to a low-level zone and be like, look at me, I'm overpowered. Kneel before me. And, you know, pretend to be a god or whatever. Because that's half the fun. It's like going back to an area that you struggled in and just, like, seeing how broken overpowered you are at this particular point in time.
Well, I think they're trying to get that power fantasy through actually getting the items. Like, drop rates are going to be going way down. You'll still be able to target farm stuff, but like the goal will be getting the items that really make you overpowered. Like, some of the people found them later on in the beta where barbs doing insane damage.
Oh yeah, speaking of ridiculously rare items, there were supposedly 3 unique items that could have dropped in the beta, I've learned. The Butcher's Cleaver was apparently one that was capable of dropping in the beta that bypassed the world tier, because, you know, like, a lot of the unique items only drop in world tier 3, and then there's more that only drop in world tier 4. But apparently there were 3 specific unique items that could have dropped in the beta, and the Butcher's Cleaver was one of them. And I am unaware of what the other 2 are. I've only heard people talk about the fact that they could have dropped, but I don't know if anybody actually got them.
I don't know what they are either. I know in closed beta, like, it wasn't working because you could get low-level stuff early. Like, I had, like, unique items dropping at, like, level 8.
Well, they probably changed it for the beta. Just like they changed it for the closed beta in the open beta. They basically told us, they're like, yeah, we changed the drop rates. Which, honestly, I'm not really entirely sure was the best thing to do without telling everybody. Because a lot of people got, like, a false impression of, like, how easy it would be to find items. They're like, oh man, this is just like Diablo 3. Look at all these items falling over the ground like pinatas.
I think they just didn't want to give the impression that every class would be super weak, because they even thought that about Barb and Druid until people actually got builds going.
Because some classes require those items to become more powerful.
Yeah, like certain classes like Rogue, Necro, and Sork are not very item dependent, but Druid and Barb have the most transformative legendary powers. Like, they really change stuff up. But the problem is you really need them to do anything. But that is part of, like, some scaling needs to be fixed.
Well, I mean, even in Diablo 2, there are items that you specifically build characters around. I mean, come to mind, like, there's quite a few that are just, like, very specific to to very specific builds, like the Demon Machine, which is literally required for that build. Snow Clash. I mean, granted, you do have to have that particular item, or at least the, Kukokushaku, which is the lesser of the two, to make the build work. Which I'm perfectly fine with, because even in Diablo 2 that exists. So, but it's not just items, though. That's the whole thing. In Diablo 2, it's a mix of items and skills. In Diablo 3, it was primarily the items. Like, I think it was like 100% the items, pretty much. Because the skill, you didn't have any skill points, and there was no tree to build. It was pretty much just choose the skills and get the items to make the skills stronger. So, I mean, I'm perfectly fine with the items beefing up the characters as long as the skills are still playing a strong part in what's going on. And it definitely does seem like the skills are taking a very strong role in Diablo 4.
Yeah, the problem is, like, the item plus skills and fixes are tied to item level. So, it was like level 30 gear, I think it was, that where you're going to start rolling +2s, and then eventually get to like +4, +5. So later on, it's going to make a much bigger difference. I think you can get like +10 to skills to your core skill or something.
That was a blood spirit.
I am overburdened.
But easy. Check it out later. I'm always gotta micromanage my damn charges. It's my life now. It's my life. It's now or never. Boobus, what is the matter with you, buddy? Your whole life is so hard. You get all the food in the world that you can eat. You get snackums and crunchums. You get biscuits and milk bones. You get all the pets, and you get to sleep on the couch, in the bed. And your whole life is just so hard. You get to run outside and do spinnies. Toys galore. You get to sleep all day if you want to. See, like, right now, I think is like the prime example of what I'm talking about. Like, me and you are very well built. I mean, we're about as fine-tuned as we can get. I mean, I could get a couple better items here or there, but like, you have infinity, so I don't even need infinity. I'm just following you around, taking your infinity. And, like, we're just demolishing this difficulty, which is perfectly fine, in my opinion. Like, there should always be a point at which you feel like you've got your character down and you're doing very well. But it should be a struggle to get there, right? Like, it's not something that you should be able to easily obtain. It's going to take you some time, and it's going to take you some effort, and you're going to have to get the right items, and eventually you will end up there.
Yeah. Part of the issue, like, if they're making uniques as rare as they say they're going to be, they put a lot of the really fun effects on them. So some of them could just be like auto-win buttons in PvP just because you got a really rare drop.
I mean, I've seen some of the characters just look like auto-win in PvP, to be honest. I don't know what they're going to do about PvP because it looks really... it looks really silly. Like, some of the characters just look really strong in PvP, and I've done enough PvP over the years to recognize, like, the characters that have a large number of bleeds, the characters that have a large number of damage over time effects, the characters that have a really large number of slows, knockdowns, things that will generally just like ruin your day if you don't have, you know, some sort of immunity to those effects at that particular moment. And any class that's going to be able to spam those slows and effects is going to be able to effectively lock down a target and keep them from running away. And in PvP, running away is one of the time-honored traditions of I realize I can't win this fight, so I'm going to go find my friends or run toward the nearest group of NPCs or whatever other number of things you wanna call it. But like any character that can lock somebody down completely, that basically prevents them from running away or escaping to safety, is going to have a clear advantage over those that can't. And bleeds also are that same kind of thing. So like if I'm trying to run away from you because I realize I can't win the fight, and you can just stack bleeds on me to the point where literally I just slowly die, even if you can't get within range of me. Like when you do get within range, you stack a bunch of bleeds on me and I'm just stuck in combat forever, just ticking away. Like that kind of thing becomes pretty nasty in PvP. There's a lot of things in PvP that are nasty, but damage over time effects and crowd control are usually the two worst.
Yeah, like frost mages are going to be a real problem for a lot of people.
And then it becomes like, can you even keep up with the person? So that's another very interesting thing. Like, they're called kite fighters. Kite fighters are characters that will essentially just continually run away from you, and you're not fast enough to catch up to them because they are constantly applying slows to you, to the point where like no matter what they try, no matter how many teleport abilities they use, yeah, they might temporarily catch you for, you know, a certain number of seconds, but then the fight immediately goes back to, well, I'm too far away and you can't hit me. I mean, there's a couple abilities like the Barbarian's Leap that will, you know, be some gap closers. The Rogue's Dash ability, but the Rogue herself is like one of the biggest problems because she is just like absolutely insane. I think PvP wise, the Rogue is going to be the clear winner of like pretty much everything.
They're way too squishy. They have high damage, but
well, it's not about their damage output. It's more about the fact that they have slows, knockdowns, immobilizes. They have damage over time effects. They have ranged attacks. So they can go into melee when they need to be in melee. They can go into range when they need to be ranged. They can kite. They can go into stealth. All of which will work to their advantage in a PvP scenario. Like it's just one defensive cooldown after another.
The game has the unstoppable condition to where you don't get affected by slow.
Yes, so if you have certain things that can make you unstoppable, you can be immune for a certain period of time, but it's never going to be permanent.
Yeah, I found the 6 skill slots weren't enough to be able to switch between daggers and bows, though. Basically had to focus on one.
I mean, it kind of depends on what you're building for. So, like, PvE, yeah, you're probably going to have some issues. But PvP, I mean, if I can effectively attack you from range with something like a poison imbuement, for instance, I can just slowly drain you away. And the Rogue has enough movement abilities that she could potentially stay at a distance from you indefinitely. If she had like enough of the dash cooldowns where she can just simply dash away from you, the smoke grenade and things like that drop when she dashes, so she can, you know, daze you upon basically every single time that she dashes away, allowing her to just maintain distance from you indefinitely. Like, there's so much there in the Rogue that represents a character that would just infinitely be able to keep away from you. And even if, for instance, you did catch her, she could potentially just stealth and get away that way. Although it does look like stealth is breakable by incidental damage. So if you did have like a big AoE attack, you could potentially pop the Rogue back out of stealth by using your big AoE attack.
Any damage taken will break it, yeah.
Yeah. So like, for instance, on the Barbarian, if you had Iron Maelstrom. Iron Maelstrom's a huge AoE damage, hits everything on the screen pretty much. So as long as the Rogue is within range of that ability, you know, during her stealth, you should be able to pop her back out of the stealth effect. But then again, she might not care, like, because there's a lot of abilities that give her some pretty serious damage bonuses while she's in stealth. So she goes into stealth to avoid you, and then immediately pops back out of stealth to, like, rip your butthole open with some sort of ridiculous attack.
I don't know. I played Druid, like, super tanky, and I barely had anyone even able to break my shield barrier.
Hmm.
And also, like, I just have unstoppable. I just get on you, and you're dead in a second.
Well, that would be the whole thing, is you'd have to build in a way where you could get away.
Yeah, like, you do have 93% damage reduction, but fights are still over very, very quickly.
The warg in Lord of the Rings Online comes to mind. Freaking bastard had like a million different cooldowns that he could get away with. Stealth, he had like an emergency stealth that would just put him into stealth like whenever, so that he could get away. He had an ability that gave him like 300% movement speed for like 10 seconds, so that they could just simply run away. So even if you did get them to the point where you could, you know, like take them out, they would just pop this run ability and just like shoot off like the freaking Flash. And they were such a pain in the butt to kill. They were such a pain in the butt.
I think the only way Necros are going to beat anyone in PvP is just by stacking a ton of corpses and baiting people over it.
I mean, I've heard the bone skills are not, like, bad at all. Some people were saying that the bone skills hit pretty damn hard. I would also imagine that a bone spirit build might potentially be able to one-shot some people.
Oh yeah, Bone Spirit was the highest damaging skill in the game, I think, but like you're just running essence spam build.
Yeah, you basically have to keep your essence up constantly, and you'd also want to bring everything in that increases your essence even further. So like there's a bunch of things that you could choose that would increase your maximum essence, so that you could get your maximum essence as high as possible. Because the more essence you have when you fire it, the more damage it does.
Yeah, it's definitely a viable build. We'll see. Like, there's probably still a lot of uniques we have for legendary aspects we haven't even seen yet. It's just, unless they give Necro better defensive tools or some sort of mobility, they're really going to struggle, I think.
Do jank Joffrey.
I think I saw him in a Veil game.
I'm kind of sad that they didn't give the Barbarian some throwing items. Or throwing skills, like a double throw or something. I mean, they brought in double swing, they brought in frenzy. I mean, where's my double throw? But then speaking of that, there's no throwing items in the game whatsoever, are there?
Rogue, actually, Rogue's best generator throws their swords.
Well, yeah, but they're still swords. I mean, there's no like throwing knives or throwing spears or throwing axes or there's like no throwing items of any type in the game.
Yet.
Oh man. Oh, bone weave boots.
Double 40 res.
Double 40 res. No faster run walk though, huh? It's always the case. Shank just loves to troll. It's literally to the point where sometimes I kind of wish that certain pieces of equipment just simply had, like, static effects on them. Like, I feel like boots in Diablo 2 should just be guaranteed to roll between 10% and 40%, depending on the item, faster run walk. Like, just as a guaranteed roll. Because it's to the point with boots that if they don't have faster run walk, people don't want them. Like, it doesn't matter how good the roll is on the boots. Like, if it doesn't have faster run walk in it, most people won't put them on.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't think it would necessarily be the worst thing in the world if they did that. If they just made, like, a guaranteed faster run walk. It doesn't have to be, like, guaranteed 40 or guaranteed 30%. Just make it a roll. Like, so that at least faster run walk rolls on the boots. That way it's not always, oh, look, they were really good, but, you know, like, oh, well. Full res 6. Sun Spirit. By the way, what do you think about the totem for the druids? I think it's a little weird. Like the block of wood. Like, first time I saw one, I thought I was carrying around a 2x4.
I don't hate having the option to run a one-hander or two-hander. I actually played that on the last day as the Storm Strike build.
Well, I don't necessarily mean that, like, because they could just give us a shield, which I would be perfectly fine with. I just mean, like, the totem itself. It just seems weird.
Well, I think it kind of fits the theme, like the Islander / Celtic theme is what they seem to go for the Druid. It's just really different. Like, D4 Druid is completely different from the D2 Druid.
I mean, I see a lot of similarities between the two. I mean, a lot of the skills, even the fire skills that they renamed and like switched around a little bit, they're still pretty much the same abilities. Like,
well,
like Boulder is literally just Molten Boulder without the fire.
Skill-wise, yeah, but like the character story and aesthetic, they changed entirely. Like, you haven't seen the zone yet, but it's more like
Skullsgland. Well, we don't know anything about the character's background in Diablo 2, do we? Not really. Unless there's some flavor text in the original manual that, like, talks about, like, where they're from.
Well, they're an offshoot of the Barbs.
Yeah.
But, like, D4, they're more like Islander, Celtish kind of mix.
Ooh, amulet and a jewel.
So I think that's where, like, the tattoos and the totem come from. Is more like the Islander kind of theme that they're going with now.
Well, I don't know Islander so much as just tribal. Like, I don't see that. I don't see that as Islander, although it does kind of smack of like Moana. But like most tribal like civilizations that like live in the woods and, you know, like live off the land, so to speak, usually do that kind of stuff. Got like tattoos and all sorts of other crazy stuff going on. It's not like unique to islanders. I think even like Native American Indians and stuff like that had tons of tattoos and things on them.
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah, there is more of like a sailor kind of theme going on up there. I don't want a decent ring. I'll each dex.
Over here just murdering stuff. So did you also notice in Diablo 4 that the difficulty of the monsters increased when you were in a group? Whether the group was there or not?
Yes, there is some like player scaling.
Because like I noticed that like I would be able to handle an area just fine by myself, and then I'd get invited to a group, and they wouldn't even be there. They'd be like on the other side of the map doing like a dungeon or something. But like I would have a really hard time fighting that same exact area that I was just breezing through, just because I was in the group.
Yeah, no matter where they are in the world, if you're in a party, they do get scaled up.
So I mean, there definitely is player scaling, which is interesting. They're very similar to Diablo 2.
Because I definitely felt it on my ice orc there. Like stuff would take longer. You could visibly see they have more HP.
Malrune! Look at that! We're doing good today. A burr and a Malrune so far.
Well, Mal's kind of low, but it's something.
Hey, somebody might need a mosaic. Mal has definitely gone up in the world since Mosaic, I think.
At least people remember that is the rune in between an and an is now.
Oh, some battle boots. Eagle Shank. Sacred Rondash. Immediately hear it hit back the ground.
Yeah, that's what happens every time I repair Sacred Targe low quality, and I get like 10 resistance on it. Otherwise...
You looking for a dream base?
No, I just find I repair everyone I find that's low quality, just in case it does get good. What is this helmet doing? Just all the resistance masteries.
I can't carry anymore.
Final Fantasy did it really interestingly. I'm trying to remember the exact specifics of it in my mind here, but feel free to correct me if somebody remembers. But I remember it was a ring that you had to put on. I think it was like a ring that you put on, and the other person also put on the ring. And putting on the ring basically synced your levels together. So it didn't sync all the monsters to your level, or sync all the monsters to his level. It synced your level to his, so that you two could play together. What's up, Dujanker? Give me a ruby. Some rubies. I got 6 spaces, my friend. And that's it. Nope, can't fit anymore. You're wasting your time, sir. I don't have enough room. I don't have enough room, sir. I don't, that's too much, not enough room. I only have 6 slots. Here. Wah, 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 wah.
I can't carry anymore.
Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I don't really like the every single item is the same on Diablo 4. The same size. Like, it still feels the same, you know, taking items into your stash and putting them into your stash, out of your stash, or whatever, but, like, I don't know, I just don't like them all being the same size. I like the variable item sizes of Diablo 2. I like how the runes take up 1 slot, and the helmet takes up 4, and the armor takes up, you know, 6, and, like, I like that aspect of Diablo 2, and, I really wish they would have kept that for Diablo 4.
Yeah, it does kind of feel kind of off, and you do have a very, very small inventory too.
Oh yeah, it's what is it? It's only three layers, and it's what 10 across.
No, they did it weird. It's 11 across for some reason.
11 across. I mean, it doesn't feel like a lot of space. That's for sure. But then the items are so small. Every single item only takes up what 2 spaces. So like every single item is basically like a wand.
No, everything is 1 space.
Oh, it's 1 space. So it's like, I don't know. I'd rather have more of a similar system to Diablo 2 than... I feel like they went with the Diablo 3 system. I don't know why. I like the inventory Tetris.
It's worse than Diablo 3 though, because at least they had bigger items.
I feel like there's some sort of simplification there that they're trying to do, but I don't really know if they... I just don't really know if they achieved the simplification that they were trying to achieve. Because it just feels like they went too far into the shadow realms.
Well, I think it would be okay if they made the inventory like 4x10 and enlarged it so you could see the actual items more.
I mean, that is kind of a downside, as you can't really see the graphics of the items, which I feel like they really kind of lost out on. I mean, people like seeing the graphics of the items on their character. Like, I like seeing the helmet and the armor and, like, the pieces in my inventory and picking it up and seeing, like, the really cool graphic on, like, the butcher's cleaver, for instance. And, like, the way that they have it and how small they are, like, you can barely even see the graphics that they spent a lot of time to make. I'm assuming that all the items have really cool graphics in the inventory, but God forbid if I can actually see them.
Oh, we got another Mal.
Oh, nice. 2 Mals.
This gun in a second.
Let's go for a second burr. How about that? I just feel like Diablo 2 like did such a better job. Like, why is it that a game... I'm not even talking about Resurrected. Why is it a game from frickin' 2000 literally did a better job with the graphics than a game from 2023? Like, I don't get it. Even if you go back to Diablo 2 Diablo 2 LOD and you look at some of the graphics of some of the items, they are so freaking amazing, just like in your inventory. Now, granted, they didn't look good on your character, but they looked really good in your inventory. And that was one of the things that people wanted for Diablo 2 Resurrected. They were like, okay, well, we would really like it if the items looked as good on our character as they did, you know, in our inventory. And they're like, oh yeah, no problem. We can totally do that. Let's take the way that they look in the game and let's try and translate that onto the character so that they actually look like, you know, the items that you're picking up, right? And they did it. But now we're in Diablo 4, and literally D2 LOD inventory items are literally outshining the stuff from Diablo 4 because you can't even see them. I mean, the inventory designs on some of the items are so freaking amazing.
You can really tell they spent a lot of time just getting the baseline and the world built. It's really nice that one of their biggest complaints is actually the UI.
The UI is terrible. Like that's one of my biggest complaints too, and I feel like it's a small complaint, but it's definitely something I think they need to address. Is that a freaking Lenimo, or is my screen color off?
That's a Lenimo.
It's still stupid little Lenimo sash. I'm picking it up too. It's too rare not to pick up. The thing rarely ever falls. You could go hunt for a Lenimo sash deliberately and probably still not find the damn thing. And it's fun to drop in the newbie games when we do like new character days and stuff. We're like, oh, new character day. Here, somebody have a Lenimo sash. I was like, holy crap, a Lenimo sash? Cracks me up. I mean, I've got the files here. Hold on. Let me pull them up just for fun. We ain't doing nothing better anyway. So let me pull up some of these really cool-ass uniques. Alright, hold on. Here we go. D2 texture files. I got all them doojinks. So, like, let's look at some of these really cool ones. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, one of the really, really badass looking ones, like the Blood Rise. Like, just really cool looking mace. I mean, just look at that thing. Just freaking awesome looking, right? And then you got, like, the Kalim's Flail. Just, like, freaking skulls. You know, with chains attached to them, and then like I think honestly, like everybody remembers this bad boy. Like I don't even need to say its name. Like I don't need to say that hammer's name. Like if you don't know what it is, you must not been playing Diablo. Like you must have been playing some other game. And then like the Gavel of Pain, looking all badass and just amazing looking. Like some of the scepters, like I really love the scepter like graphics, just absolutely amazing looking graphics. Some of the shields I think were some of the coolest in this game. We're gonna go back to the armor, pull up shields. Like this one. This is one of my favorites. Like the freaking swordback hold, it just looks amazing. You get like the freaking lidless wall with the freaking skulls on it, and I mean just graphically in the inventory, like this stuff just pops, and it just looks really cool on your character. You feel cool because you got a cool freaking shield, and then Diablo 2 Resurrected made it even more awesome because like when you actually put on that item, it actually looks like that item, you know, which is amazing. The armors had really awesome graphics too, like freaking Corpsemorn with the freaking gold and the black with the gold trim. Freaking gold skin with the gold with the black trim.
That's why I like the transmog system, because you actually get to use the nice skin items.
Well, yeah. I mean, and visually the characters look cool, but like the inventory just looks blah. Like they swapped it like completely around. Like in Diablo 2 Classic, or rather LOD, like your character didn't really look that amazing. Not anywhere near as amazing as the items you were finding anyway. And the and then meanwhile in your inventory, when you opened up your inventory, you were like, "Yes, I am a god." And then they just flipped it straight around for Diablo 4. Now it's like your character looks really good, but when you open your inventory, it's just like really boring looking in there. Like it's like, okay, I have some bunch of orange stuff on. I mean, and I guess visually, like from a distance, you can very easily tell that you have a bunch of legendaries on, I guess. But it's not really quite as obvious, like, what you have on. Like, if I showed, if I, like, just took a screenshot of somebody's inventory, and I just showed it to a Diablo 2 veteran, they could pretty much tell you For the most part, not 100%, but for the most part, they could pretty much tell you what every single item the person has on. Like, looking at my inventory right now, you could pretty much assume that that's a Verdungo's on the belt slot, because it's a black double mesh belt. Looking at the boots, you would pretty much assume that that was Gore Riders. The helmet, you could pretty much assume was either Saigon's or a G-Face or something of that nature. Like, you could pretty reliably tell what I have on just by the graphical nature. Like, if I had some red gloves on, red heavy gloves, you would know I was wearing Dracools. Like, you'd be like, oh, were those Dracools, or do you have, like, some really cool red rare gloves? And it's just really cool, I think, being able to tell, like, just visually from a glance, like, what kind of equipment somebody's wearing. Like the iconic frickin' color of Frostburns. Lenumo is green, like really freaking green. Yeah, Shaco is green also. Like, you see somebody running around with a green hat, either they put some P topazes in a hat, or I mean P emeralds in a hat, or they're wearing a Shaco, one or the other.
I don't think Shaco's green in D4.
Puke green.
Andes too. Like, you would not recognize Andes.
Oh my god, hit the target. I'm over here tapping that button about 18 times. Why did it go G-Face and not Griffins? Because this isn't a character built entirely around elemental damage. Like, the lightning and the ice and all the effects from the MA is certainly very nice, but it's not like the end-all be-all of everything. Like, as an MA sin, you shouldn't just be focusing on lightning damage, you shouldn't just be focusing on cold damage, you shouldn't just be focusing on, you know, physical damage. You should be going with everything. So, like, with this particular character, the reason why I built her this way is because I wanted to make sure that, number one, she had multiple elemental types to be able to deal with everything, so I don't need Infinity. Infinity is, like, poop to me at this point. Like, yeah, it'll enhance my damage, but, like, I don't need it. I can pretty much take out everything in the game with ease, just with this build, with no negative resistance whatsoever, because I have 4 different types of damage. I've got my physical, which is augmented by the crushing blow, which means that any target that I come across which is particularly nasty, I can usually take out just by kicking them to death. I've got the massive amount of lightning damage, which comes from the Phoenix Strike, which pretty much hits everything on the screen, which is beautiful. I've got the really nice damage from the Blades of Ice, which is my ice damage. So I've already got physical, ice, and lightning. And then my mercenary is fire, so I've got a 3rd element as well in there. So I literally have fire, ice, lightning, and physical. I've got all 4 elements. So there's never any time I come across a monster that is immune to everything that I can put out. And since I have no problem killing literally anything, for the most part, except for bosses, Crushing Blow is more important for bosses than just raw elemental damage, so that I can absolutely annihilate them from existence. Like, for instance, with Diablo here, I don't even bother building my charges. What I do is I get 1 charge, and then just start kicking. And I can usually dish out more than enough damage in that time period. course, we just annihilated him from existence, so...
I have like 12k burning damage.
And it was up before he spawned. Die. I like how my teleport and my attack are the same button. It makes for very interesting mobility. Whereas you have to teleport and then attack, I literally teleport in and am attacking, like, the instant that I teleport in. So I'm already on the offensive with the first button push.
Well, did you play around with melee rogue much?
I didn't really... I don't particularly enjoy stealth classes all that much, so I kind of avoided it. She seemed very much like a burglar from Lord of the Rings Online, which I never really enjoyed as a class. I heard she's OP as all get out, though.
Yeah, melee rogue is pretty fun to play.
I'm one of those silly people that literally plays, like, the stealth class in a stealth game, and then just, like, doesn't stealth. Just, like, roll through everything with, like, your regular attacks.
Did you play Skyrim?
Yeah.
Were you a stealth archer?
I was in your face stealth archer. I used to literally get right up in their face and frickin' shoot them right in the eye. Stealth was just OP in that game. Like, you would literally, like, get huge damage bonuses just for activating stealth before hitting a monster, so...
Yeah, it was kind of stupid.
It's really kind of actually pretty dumb. You'd be like, look, I'm an archer. Look, I'm a ducking archer that gets, like, way more damage. And the monsters are stupid and don't know I'm here. You could get your stealth so high in that game that literally, like, you'd be standing right next to the guy, and he still wouldn't even know you were there.
Well, you could put a bucket over their head, too.
Poor Babablo. I'll craft up some bloods real quick. Why not? Got all them rubies earlier. Skyrim is a very fun game. I don't think anyone will ever take that away from Skyrim. But it does have some interesting game mechanics. 10% increased attack speed, 2% lifesteal, 10% crushing blow, dual res with 20 life. If only they had rolled 20% IAS.
I got some nice ones, but no attack speed.
Well, mine have 10% attack speed, which might as well be 0, because nobody wants the 10% ones.
What do you need?
Now the vampire bones are always worth 35k in the shop, though. I might as well sell them. They're actually not bad. Life, dual res. 10% CB. Maybe I'll hang on to them and drop them in a game. Swap games, if anybody. It could be better than something somebody's wearing.
Yeah, look at the ring I got. It's too bad the stats here are kind of low.
Well, 106 attack rating. Well, dual leech. That's, yeah, not the greatest. 96, though. Let's try crafting a necklace. Wow, did I really burn up all my jewels?
I got a bunch extra.
I must have burned them all up last time I was on, because I just don't have any.
I am overburdened.
I'm pretty sure I did that big crafting thing before I, for Diablo 4. What's up, XXI Wing? Yeah, stealth in Skyrim was just so broken, though, because, like, no matter what build you made, no matter what character you wanted to play, like, you ended up becoming a stealth archer at some point. And you could literally just stand there in the middle of a group of monsters and shoot them over and over again, and they still wouldn't know you were there. Okay, +2 straps with 24% magic find. It's actually kind of interesting.
Well, the problem I had in Skyrim is I would always like pick every single flower and I'd craft everything, smith everything, and then my level would get really high, and then my combat skills are slow.
Monster
Well,
scaling.
I guess I got a stealth and
I am overburdened.
kill stuff because I can't just fight it straight up.
Back to monster scaling. So that was an issue with Skyrim, is that if you didn't level up your abilities that actually did damage, you then therefore could not do damage. Because the monsters were scaling with your level, but your level would increase for things that would not increase your damage. So for instance, if you leveled up your alchemy like you're talking about, you'd end up like level 15, and then all the monsters would be level 15, but you had the damage of a level 1 character because you didn't level up any level 1 ability, or, melee abilities, or ranged abilities, or anything that did damage. And then if you went to go level up those abilities that did damage, it would then further increase your level, which would just further increase the gap between you and the scaled monsters. And it was one of the things that you had to learn early on, is that you have to level up your melee and like your damaging abilities first. Otherwise you just couldn't hack it, literally.
Otherwise, all paths lead to stealth archer.
Well, stealth archer was the only path at that point, yeah, because you had literally like isolated yourself into like this niche world where if you didn't stealth, everything would just murder you.
Alright, I gotta take a break.
All right.
Back.
Ooh, an Archon plate. 466. It's a little low. Ah, nothing to teleport to. Are you kidding me? The Godzilla. Hey, Skyrim is still a good game, and I feel like it still holds up as a great RPG that I would recommend to just about anybody. It's definitely a very fun game. But when I talk about it, know that I talk about it fondly from years of playing it. Like, I'm talking about it as a person who has literally put in way too many hours into Skyrim than should ever have been put into any game ever. Like, it probably rivals my Diablo 2 Resurrected time, because I've put in some hours, alright? I've installed some mods. I've done some things on Skyrim that probably I should not have done. Yeah. And, you know, like, going down the path of mods and then, like, coming back to vanilla Skyrim, I can actually say, honestly, that I think I enjoy vanilla Skyrim better than I enjoy the modded version. I know. Gasp. So let me explain how this actually came about, because I do feel like this is an interesting topic for discussion. I played Skyrim on PC, which is obviously, you know, PC Master Race and mods and all that, and everything in the world that you can do to Skyrim is, you know, you can do everything from adding in bloody gore to turning all your characters into cats. I mean, and like, there's no limit to the mods that you could install with Skyrim. And I have installed some crazy mods, gotten all sorts of fancy armors and unlocked crazy quests, and I mean, I think at one point I might have had like 600 or 700 mods installed, and I constantly had to go through the process of like rearranging them in the correct order so they weren't overlapping with each other and causing issues, and they often would. And I can honestly say I think I had a much better experience with unmodded Skyrim. So, flashback to the launch of the Nintendo Switch. The Nintendo Switch had another release of Skyrim for like the millionth time, and they enticed us with Zelda armor. That was what they did. They told us that we could go and we could actually get Zelda shield and Zelda sword, and we'd get like the Zelda tunic and all that other stuff. So I started playing Skyrim for like the millionth time. I mean, at this point in time, I had done so much Skyrim, I had modded so much Skyrim that like going back felt like meeting an old friend at a coffee house or something and having some donuts together. Like, and it was just an experience, right? You know, you're just slipping on an old robe or putting on an old pair of socks or something, you know. And but there were no mods. Now, from what I understood, the Nintendo Switch version did have some like improvements, like the special edition improvements. And other than that, though, it was still very much a vanilla experience. And I remember playing the game like through all the way, getting my characters leveled up entirely, and just having a lot of fun, just a blast playing the vanilla version of the game. And I remember at one point thinking to myself, I'm like, I'm having so much fun, like, without these mods. Like, all these things that I really thought were, like, super duper ridiculously important, like, you know, back then, like, I had to have them. Like, I had to have the enhanced blood mod, and I had to have like the better skies mod, and I had to have the 4K texture mod, and I had to have this, and I had to have that, and like by the time I was done, like, you know, 800 mods deep, I'm playing Skyrim and it doesn't even look like Skyrim anymore. And it was more fun just playing the vanilla version. Like, I kind of challenge you guys, Suicide Branch, I kind of challenge you guys, like, just go back and play the vanilla Skyrim, like the one that they have now. Like you don't even have to play vanilla Skyrim. Get the Anniversary Edition, which has some mods installed that have been like handpicked by the developers, and compare it to your modded version and just have fun with it. Like, vanilla Skyrim actually holds up pretty well, not gonna lie.
But the newer version comes bundled with better textures too, right?
Yes, so the special edition, there's a couple different editions now. There's a special edition, and then there's the Anniversary Edition. So if you'd like a more vanilla game, like as vanilla as you can get, with the enhancements, Special Edition is your go-to, because Special Edition has basically the enhancements but no additional mods, really. Anniversary Edition, however, does have mods, specific mods that were chosen by the developers and installed to enhance the experience. So two different games, sort of. Like what is it? The Anniversary Edition has fishing, and some other things.
The one I liked was the hunter mod. I like shooting every deer.
Well, a lot of those glitches are fixed in the Special Edition, by the way. The Special Edition is, I think, honestly, the definitive edition. If you guys have never played Special Edition Skyrim, it's interesting. Kind of reminds me of Diablo 2 Resurrected in a way, where Diablo 2 Resurrected really kind of took the base game and it just kind of smoothed out all the wrinkles and brought everything to a more, stable, more well-balanced scenario. Like, it's still technically the same game, but that's one of the reasons why I'm not entirely mad. Like, a lot of people make fun, and they're like, Skyrim's been re-released, like, 17 times, and now it's on your toaster. And I'm like, yeah, but it's, like, if you have actually played any of the new versions, because they're actually pretty damn good. And it's not like they charged everybody for them. Didn't they give away Special Edition for free to everybody that owned the game upon release? If I'm remembering correctly. And then, like, I can't remember. They did something special with the Anniversary Edition, too.
I think it was Legendary. They gave it to everyone who had the base game at the time. And then, again, when they did the Special Edition.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you had the game, they pretty much just gave it to you for free. I mean, the people on, like, Xbox and stuff, I think, got screwed over a little bit, but...
Well, console always does, because Microsoft and Sony have to get their share.
Hatchet heads. Wow. 3 mod rares. I don't even know why 3 mod rares exist. I still remember when I played frickin' Doom. I was playing through Doom and you find a knight who's wearing the traditional Skyrim helmet, and he's dead in hell, and he has an arrow in his knee. Even they were self-aware of the arrow in the knee jokes.
Oh, that was the new Doom games.
Yeah. You haven't played any of them?
No, I haven't played any Doom.
Oh. Well, the Doom games are pretty fun. I mean, I liked that one. The one specifically that had that in it. I wasn't as big of a fan of the newest one that came out. It was okay, I guess. I don't know.
Like, back in the day, I mostly played Final Fantasies, and then I switched to FPS, like Counter-Strike. Then MMOs.
Oh, I played MMOs so much. But there was always a game that would pull me away from MMOs, though. I'd disappear for, days at a time, and it would be because of some particular MMO or some particular game that had grabbed my attention at that particular moment.
Always go back to RuneScape.
For me, it was Final Fantasy XI and The Lord of the Rings Online. I actually really did love Lord of the Rings Online. But Final Fantasy XI was the one that I kept going back to way too many times. My account is still on there. Like, I can totally still play it, but all the changes that they made to Final Fantasy XI have kind of made the game not the same anymore. They raised the level cap to 99 and apparently made it like really easy to solo everything, and like just really completely changed the game as a whole. It's rather unfortunate because it would have been fun if I had gone back and like just, you know, could have picked up where I left off, but they it's just, there's too much has changed for me to go back at this point. Also, the graphics are just so bad. Oh my god. Like, you think going to like Diablo 1 or Diablo 2 or something like that, graphics are bad. Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 look good by comparison to Final Fantasy XI graphics. I don't know, like, at one point, like, Final Fantasy XI thought that their graphics were in any way good, but they just never looked good. Like, they, even at, like, their highest, they were never good. What is this? It's a 42. 42% Langerbriser. It's not high enough. See, I feel like a lot of people missed out on some of the more amazing games from that genre, or that time period. So, like in that same time period where Diablo 2 and Counter-Strike were, you know, some of the most popular games, Natural Selection 1 was amazing around that same time period, and that was also a Half-Life 1 mod. So, like, the same way that Counter-Strike was a Half-Life 1 mod, Natural Selection was a Half-Life 1 mod, and that was absolutely amazing. Team Fortress 2, also a Half-Life 1 mod. Or, sorry, Team Fortress 1, sorry. Team Fortress 1 was also amazing, which eventually led to Team Fortress 2. Natural Selection eventually led to Team Fortress, to Natural Selection 2, and Counter-Strike eventually led to Counter-Strike Source, which was sorta like Counter-Strike 2, but not quite.
Well, Condition 0 was basically like reskinned 1.6 with a few extra guns.
And that was the single-player game.
No.
Condition 0 was the single-player game.
Oh, it had online.
Really?
Well, it had a single player, but the multiplayer was just updated textures, and they added one gun for each extra. It was FAMAS. And,
I don't remember having to own Condition 0, though, to play 1.6 or Source.
It was definitely its own game. It was added extra.
I remember playing Condition 0, though. It was fun.
Yeah, there was the single player, but I played it for the online, and yeah, it was basically just better graphic 1.6.
And then Source came out and replaced that.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, it had better textures and higher resolution, and then you also had, yeah, I think it was Galil and Moss extra.
By the way, if you guys haven't gone back and played Team Fortress 1, Team Fortress 1 has continued to receive updates, by the way. It may not be the Team Fortress you remember. It's very much so been advanced.
I remember trying it out back in the day. I played more, there was the Day of Defeat. Played that a bit.
Day of Defeat was also a good one. And Day of Defeat Source.
What was it called? Ricochet? It was some weird neon ring game something.
Day of Defeat was actually really good. That thing was legit fire. Like, I loved playing that game.
There was a cowboy one too, Western. Skin of Counter-Strike too.
I don't know. Counter-Strike Global Offensive is fine. Like, I don't hate it. I just really wish they could get their cheating issue under wraps. And honestly, I think when they made the game free, they just screwed the pooch on that. It feels like now that the game is free, there's just even more cheaters on there than there ever was before. And
I played a bit of Source, but I didn't like how rampant they made like bunny hopping just all the time.
I mean, they tried to curtail it, but people would just figure out new ways to make it work, and then you would get scripts. So, like, it used to be that you could do it, like, without an assist mode or, like, a script to help you. And that was when everybody was doing it. And then it got to the point where they kept patching the engine to remove the exploit. And every time they patched the engine, like, somebody would figure out, like, okay, well, if I just, like, program my keyboard to press the buttons in combination really faster than I can do it, it'll just do it anyway. So then they just programmed in the actual, like, script to make it work. And then that's when things got really bad, because then nobody could do it unless they were willing to cheat, essentially.
Yeah, I didn't get into Global Offensive. Like, that's around the time I started going into playing LoL, and yeah, that was a waste of time.
Well, if you go back to Source, which is the other option, Source is still live. I mean, you could still play CS Source. You get tons of FPS on there. There's too many cheaters on Source. It's actually worse than Global Offensive now, because the game is so old at this point that there's literally just cheats out all the time, and there's no updates for the game anymore either. So it's just bland, you know, like as far as anti-cheat is concerned. So like it's not very difficult for anyone to cheat on that game at all, which makes it honestly either completely unplayable or to the point where you pretty much just only play with friends, like, that you know aren't cheating. Which is perfectly fine. Like, it'd be fun if we just had, like, a day. I don't know if anybody wants to do that. That actually might be something fun that we can do. It's an idea. Like, if we have enough Counter-Strike people in the kinship, it could be fun to just set up a private server and just get, like, some fun matches going on. It's been a long time since I've played Counter-Strike, but...
It's been years. I mostly switched, I started playing Overwatch when it came out, and I started playing Overwatch 2 again recently, when it came out in the fall.
I'm not a big fan of Overwatch. I've tried to play it. It feels too much like like a MOBA. It just feels too much like a MOBA, and I don't particularly enjoy MOBAs. They're too one-sided most of the time, and Overwatch feels very one-sided most of the time too.
Yeah, it's much, like, now it's much more balanced than it was, but yeah, it's definitely more like team objective based instead of an FPS. Especially with ability usage, and you know, like, you have to play with cooldowns with your team.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing, is it very much so feels like a like rock paper scissors, like counterpunch situation. Like in MOBAs, a lot of the times, if somebody picked a specific character, you could just simply pick the counter to that character, and it's pretty apparent that, like, if somebody picks the counter to your character, like, you're pretty much screwed. And a lot of the game would work that way. But, like, when you play Counter-Strike, like, there's no, like, direct counter to anything. Like, you know, everybody has access to the same weapons. Everybody can swip and swap around. Everybody can have fun, you know, building their dudes different ways that they want to build them. You're practically all the same to start out with the exception of the unique items that are, or the unique weapons that are, you know, specific to the terrorist or the counter-terrorist side. So, like, there's no, like, distinct advantage over any specific side. Sometimes the maps were unbalanced, but that's neither here nor there. Like, I did feel like, especially when I played, like, Cal M and stuff like that in Counter-Strike, that, like, certain maps were just completely one-sided. Like, it didn't matter how good you played. Like, if there were two competent teams playing against each other, it was more often than not going to go, like, toward one side or the other, depending on the map's design.
Well, like right now there's a discussion if like one-shots should be allowed. Because like the one sniper character is just too oppressive on certain maps right now. Like at a high level, if you have one really good sniper, but you don't have a player on your team that can play it as well, is basically auto loss.
Yeah, sniper counter sniper. That's the kind of situation that you would end up with on Team Fortress. Somebody would be playing the sniper on Team Fortress really well, and then another person would pick a sniper, and they couldn't compete. And it usually was somebody cheating on the other side. That's why the sniper was doing so well. But one very good sniper on the other team, especially with auto aim or like something that makes them just too good, can completely oppress the other side. It's very apparent. I mean, it happened in Counter-Strike too. If you had like an AWPer who was cheating, the Arctic War pistol was kind of broken in that game, and all it took was somebody with an auto aim to play with that gun, and they could just completely dominate the other side. Hey, Drax.
I don't remember the rolls, but looks alright.
I mean, I already have a pair.
So do I.
I can compare them to mine and see if they're better. I don't know. There's something to be said for barrier to entry. Like, I feel like I know games are on this like free to play kick and everything, and they feel like they need to be free to play, but at the same time, they don't. Like, when you make a game free to play, you just basically invite every single cheater in the world into the game, because you basically make it to the point where there is no barrier to entry for the cheater to come back in. So if they get banned, well then who cares? Because they just buy another account and they're back in the next day. And Counter-Strike was decent in the beginning when you actually had to buy the game. Even if it was only like $5 or $10 on sale or whatever, like that's not a big deal, but you had to pay something. And a lot of the cheaters would get their account banned and then have to make a new account. They'd have to buy the game. And like if they got banned a certain number of times, like it could add up to a lot of money over a certain period of time. And they might, get tired of buying accounts. But when they made it free, well then it's just, okay, well let me just make a Steam account with a new email address. Let me just download the game for free, play it until I get banned, and then just rinse and repeat over and over again, and I could just do this for eternity.
That's what Blizzard tried to do. They started requiring phones for new BNet accounts to play Overwatch 2, but then they got a lot of pushback on that.
Well, not everybody has a phone, but I could see how that would be.
But yeah, that there was a lot of outcry because they just pushed that through on launch last May without telling anyone.
How about you need a social security number to make an account?
But instead, they pulled that back, and they actually have pretty good anti-cheat now. Like I'm playing at probably like Masters, sometimes Grandmasters level, and I rarely see anyone cheating.
Well, I mean, the thing about Overwatch is that cheating means less because skill means less. So the way that they set it up is the game is more about like counter-punch, setting up things properly, teamwork, and skill means less than it does in, like, for instance, in Counter-Strike Global Offensive or Counter-Strike Source, where skill was, very important. Like, skill was the entire thing. Like, if you didn't have skill, the other guy was going to hand you your butt. So by making skill less important, they take the cheating aspect out, because that's what cheating gives you. Cheating gives you artificial skill. Not what would I call the other word? Battle experience. Battle experience is a different thing. Battle experience is something that I think, like, it comes from playing a game for a long period of time. It's like knowing where someone is going to be without actually seeing them go there, because you saw them run in that direction and you know how long it takes them to get to that area. So if they continued running at full speed, they would reach X location, and you just like instinctively know where to look for them. Like that's battle experience, and that's not going to come from cheating. But skill, which is, you know, like how quickly you can aim, how fast your reflexes are, you know, like whether you're going to win an encounter against another player in an even match, like that kind of stuff can be given by cheating. And Overwatch diminishes that by essentially taking the skill out of the equation and putting it more into, like, are you using the correct cooldown at the right time, which is not something that cheating is going to be able to give you. Like if you're using your abilities correctly and in the right order, that's not skill so much as just simply knowing how to play your character.
Well, you do still need a lot of mechanical skill at the high levels.
Well, yes. And that's what we were just talking about with the sniper. So the sniper comes in that equation, which is the sniper is very heavily a skill-based character, especially when it comes to headshots versus body shots, right? Because headshots do a hell of a lot more damage than body shots. And if you can get a headshot, it could potentially equal a one-shot kill, right? At which point, then skill becomes even more important, because if you can guarantee a one-shot kill, then now you're back in the global offensive. You're back with the Arctic War pistol and the guy with the aimbot who's hitting you and killing you with one hit, with one shot.
Because, like, you do need mechanical skill and game sense, but you pick different characters to main depending on what you excel at. Like, if you're really good mechanically, you play the hit scans that can just delete people in seconds if you land your shot.
Well, yeah, we were talking about this earlier, me and Chunks, I think, or me and Big Pimpin', how it's basically the difference between, like, Diablo 2, which is you build your own character, have your own stuff, choose how you want to play your character, and Diablo 3, which is where you put a set on, and the set literally tells you how to play your character. So it's very similar to Diablo 3, where you would choose a set that fits your specific playstyle, as opposed to Diablo 2, where you would build a character around how you actually want to play the game.
Well, I mean, it depends on, like, how your roles would fit you. Like, if you're a really good sniper, you might play the healer, and you want to play a healer, you might play the healer that's really aim-intensive, high micro. If you're low skill, but you have really good game sense, you might play a tank.
I mean, I like that there's a place for everybody. Team Fortress 2 was great like that because it had a lot of... I felt like Team Fortress 2 did it better. Like, I hate to say it, but Overwatch is nice, but Team Fortress 2 is literally, I think, still superior. And if it hadn't gone the way of the hats and stupid items that they did, it might have actually still maintained its presence in the gaming world.
I know. They really haven't done well competitively, though. Like, Overwatch competitive is dying.
I mean, if you think about it, like, even when the first time I played Overwatch, I was like, this is literally just Team Fortress 2 mixed with, like, a MOBA. I'm like, it literally feels like they just ripped the guts of Team Fortress 2 out, and we're like, okay, let's take Team Fortress 2, all right, and then how can we, like, rip the guts out of League of Legends or Dota and, like, mix the two together and somehow find something that's in between. Because it really just feels like I'm playing Team Fortress 2 with MOBA aspects.
Yeah, that's what Blizzard does, though. They just make game more accessible to as many people as possible and put good polish on it. But, yeah, it is very MOBA-ish. I just can't get into Valorant, though. Like, I just don't.
Well, that's the thing about MOBAs, Son Goku, and I think it's important to actually stress this as much as possible. Skill has less to do with MOBAs, with you winning a MOBA, than actually, like, luck and team composition and map arrangement and all of that jazz. Like, it's very difficult to say, like, when I'm playing League of Legends, that I'm actually winning because I have skill, or the players on the other side are just idiots, or I happen to be like in a group that has just like the optimal group composition for that particular match, and the other guys just had terrible group composition, or they're not working together. And a lot of the times in MOBAs, like especially like Dota and League of Legends, half the time there's one dude AFK, and you're like, we're doing so great, and then, you know, like, you get to the end and you realize, like, when you look at the stats, that one guy was literally just AFK the entire time, like, in base, with 0 kills, 0 assists, 0 deaths. And MOBAs just don't function right when it comes to team balance and, like, actually making the games into competitive environments where you feel like you're having fun against other people. I mean, maybe when you're doing, like, high tier, like, team competitions and you've got, like, a really good match between 2 teams that are actually trying their best, at that point things do kind of balance out. But when you're playing, like, random matches, even ranked matches, a lot of the times, even in ranked, there's always something going on that doesn't make sense. Some guy's girlfriend spilled soda on his keyboard, one dude's AFK because his dog jumped the fence. And it's just like literally one guy has absolutely no clue what he's doing, paired up with another guy who's high ranked. And so you get these, like, really awkward, weird team compositions. 90% of the time when I played League of Legends and Dota, the matches were almost entirely one-sided. Either I completely just annihilated the other team from the map, or they completely annihilated me from the map. And it was just always these one-sided battles. And then 10% of the time, I would get these really good matches where it was like, like, really good fights between 2 evenly matched teams. But it was so far in between, like, these good matches and the curb stomping that went on a regular basis, that I just really didn't want to play anymore. Like, it would get to the point where literally 9 out of every 10 matches was literally just a curb stomp, and then 1 out of every 10 matches might be an even match that eventually somebody just forfeits. Oh my god, the forfeiting. I freaking couldn't stand the forfeiting. That too in League of Legends was just like cancer upon itself. We would be, like, doing this match and we would be so evenly matched and we'd be having so much fun, and literally both teams would be just like going head to head, and somebody on one team or the other would get the inkling of an idea that they might lose, and they would just start voting for forfeit, and they would just sit in town and do nothing. And there were so many times that literally we would have somebody give up in those games, in the MOBAs. They would literally give up and sit in town, and somehow we would still manage to pull out the victory. But just the general idea that somebody would just give up when the whole rest of the team is still trying, like, just pisses me off, even to this day. They're just like, nah, we lost. I'm giving up. That's it. But we literally are winning. Like, no, we lost. That's it. I'm done. And then half the time they'll accept too, and then we forfeit. And I'm like, dude, we were literally winning. They'd be like, nope, Earthsign Hunter got the god tier orb of destruction, and we were gonna lose in 5 turns.
Oh yeah. Then sometimes I'd have pre-made groups of people who would just before to win, they would just vote forfeit, and it would go through.
Just got an amulet, Twister, some random charges. Is it worth it in Diablo 2? Charges of Twister? No, but proccing Twister, yes. There's a really nice ring. It's called Carrion Wind. It has procs of Twister. That one's really nice. It's useful on a lot of characters for spamming little micro stuns on everything. I mean, I think random matches are more of a representation of what the game is than pro team. I think that's one of the biggest issues with MOBAs in general, is that it's a 5-man team, and if your other 4 men are licking lead paint off the wall, then there is absolutely no chance that you are going to win whatsoever. In Counter-Strike Source, for instance, if we use that as an example, if you were in a 5-man team and 4 of your other team members were licking paint, you could still win. There was every possibility, if you played with a high enough skill level, you could still win in Counter-Strike. Like, you could pull out the victory, even if your teammates were garbage. But that's just not possible in a MOBA. The way that the MOBA is structured, the way that everything is set up with the MOBA, is that if you can't count on your team members, that's it. You're done. Like, the match is over. You're not winning. A lot of people will be like, well, that's why I don't play randos. That's why I don't play with random people. But, like, that's how the game's set up. I mean, if we're comparing a game to its game balance, we can't use the professional players as an example that the game is balanced. Because the professional players, of course, are going to play the game at their utmost ability. They're going to take advantage of everything they possibly can. They've learned everything they can about the game. It should be theoretically possible for the game balance to still exist within random matches. It's not even just solo queue. Like, in MOBAs, like, even if you queue up with 4 other people, most MOBAs are five-man teams, if I remember correctly. I can't think of all of them off the top of my head, but most of them are 5-man teams. Even if you queue up with 3 other people in your team, so you plus 3 other people, which is 4, there's every possibility you could end up with a 5th licking paint that could drag down the entire team. I know from experience that if you have 1 person who's feeding and 4 people who are not, so 4 people who are doing their damnedest to play correctly in a MOBA, and you have 1 person who's feeding, you literally will not win. Because they will literally just feed the enemy over and over and over again until they're so strong that there's absolutely no way back.
Yeah, there's a bit of an issue in Overwatch with that now. Since they went from 6v6 to 5v5, you only have 1 tank. And if your tank is getting gapped by the enemy teams by too much, like, you're at a massive disadvantage.
Well, yeah, because during that time period when your tank is dead, their tank is still alive, and they're pushing.
Well, even if they are alive, like, if they can't have a good enough impact, like, you're just not going anywhere.
That's why I don't really necessarily understand why Overwatch is going with the class mechanic thing, which is where it forces you into specific characters. Like, in Team Fortress, they had kind of like the same thing going on. Like, there were DPS classes, which you could definitely say was the sniper, the soldier, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it. The sniper and the soldier were really like your main DPS classes. And then, like, obviously your tank was the heavy. So, straight up heavy tank. Your support is definitely the medic and the engineer. Right? So you had clear class division within the game, but they didn't force anyone to play any specific class. Alright, +2 cold skills with +2 frozen orb. Imp Geyer. But the thing about Diablo, or sorry, not Diablo, the thing about Overwatch is they force you into specific builds. So you have to play X class. You need, what is it? 1 tank,
2 DPS.
2 DPS, and 2 supports.
Support.
Yeah. So you're basically pigeonholed into an exact setup, like, no matter what. Whereas if it was Team Fortress, you could literally have like freaking 5 supports if you wanted to. Like, you could literally change classes over and over again inside the same game. So Like, if there was like 5 snipers on the enemy team, you'd like hop on the was it the spy? You'd hop on the spy and you'd go kill them all.
Well, I think 5v5 is the better format, but because of that, they made tanks really overpowered. And they do have the open format, but because tanks are overpowered, everyone just runs all tanks in open queue. So they recently had to nerf that, so they capped it and reduced the power of tanks.
I wasn't overly impressed with Overwatch 2. And I think they've made some changes since I played, but
It's in an alright state balance-wise now. It's mostly down to the maps, because right now all the maps are favoring snipers, and it's just getting really tiring. Just walk out if you don't know where the sniper is, and you're just dead.
yeah, there were so in Counter-Strike there were literally servers that were set up. There were no op servers deliberately for that reason, because the game is not really that fun when like you just walk out and get one shot by the cheating sniper. Like, at least if it takes him 2 or 3 shots, there's a chance that you can fight back. But when you're dead immediately on the first shot before you even know where he is, it becomes tiresome.
It's gonna be better next season, because up until now they have had specific created map rules, and for some reason they just decided, oh, okay, this season is all gonna be sniper maps. So it feels kind of bad now, but they're going back to like every map in the pool. So you'll have more variety. Like, you might have a sniper on one map and the next it won't be good. More variety is always nice.
And I've always enjoyed PvP that's slower. And I know that it doesn't sound as fun, but it's really very fun. Lord of the Rings Online had a lot slower PvP. I mean, what I mean by slower is that, like, you know, you could duke it out with a guy for like 30 minutes, sometimes even an hour, like if both of you were playing your character correctly, which could culminate in an ultimate victory one way or the other. And like, there's just something very awesome about like the long drawn out battles.
Well, that's why I like the old WoW PvP, because they weren't battles, they were wars, like hours long.
Mm-hmm. That's what Lord of the Rings Online was like. PvP was so fun in that game.
I actually played Classic too, and I was playing Warlock, and it was a bunch of people that were obviously newer to the game, but just fighting like 3 people at once, just endlessly, over and over. They got me a couple times, but
I have so many fond memories of PvP from those days. I used to play a captain. Lord of the Rings Online, the captain was basically the master support class. Like, he had all sorts of support abilities, buffs, and everything, but he wasn't really particularly that great at any specific like category. Like, he didn't excel at DPS, and he wasn't the greatest tank, and he wasn't the greatest healer. And, like, he just kind of did everything. In PvP, he was not the strongest character. Like, I felt like I was one of the few captains that actually knew how to play him in PvP. In fact, I think most people on the Brandywine server usually knew my name. I was Sherwood the captain. And I even trained a couple of the other captains on the show, on the frickin' Brandywine server, so that they knew how to frickin' PvP and can handle themselves. But I had this one time, I was out at one of the outposts, and in the game you really had to like gear out and kit out your characters. You had to know what you were doing, because if you didn't know what you were doing, like, things could go very badly very quickly. And there were these wargs. They were basically like the stealth class of the enemy side, kind of the same thing as like a rogue or a burglar. Or there's a couple different like classes that use that qualification. But anyway, they can stealth, right? So they're very hard to actually fight and kill, because most of the time they just stealth and run away from you. And there was a big pack of them that had found me, but apparently they decided to come and fight me one by one. And it's one of my most fond memories of PvP, because I was at the top of my game at that particular patch. I knew everything about my character. I knew what I was doing. I knew which buttons to press at which particular times. And this group of wargs came in and fought me one by one. It was the silliest thing I'd ever seen in my life. But it was amazing, because any single one of them could have killed me, like if I had made a mistake here or there. And they were weaker than me because they were lower ranked. But they were perfectly capable of killing me. And I fought each one, like, to a standstill, to the point where they had to run away. And the standard tactic for most wargs is once you are no longer capable of fighting, once you know that you have failed, you stealth and you run away. And then you go and regenerate your health. So then you come back and you maybe fight them again. And I literally fought one to a standstill. He stealthed and ran away. A second one showed up. I fought him to a standstill. He stealthed and ran away. A third one showed up. I fought him to a standstill. He ran away. The fifth one showed up. I fought him to a standstill. He ran away. And it was a constant, like, non-ending onslaught of these wargs, and they never stopped coming. And it was literally almost like a straight hour of literally me just fighting wargs one by one, and like making them run away before they finally came back and fought me again. I managed to kill 3 of them before they finally got me to the point where I was about to die. It was just like a war of attrition, and they just kept cycling in. And every time they cycled in, I would fight them to a standstill and then make them run away. And, you know, being a non-stealth character myself, I didn't have that option. And eventually one of my friends showed up, like, at the last minute. Like, right when I was about to die, I was about to run out of potions, and they almost had me. And we finished off, like, the remainder of them that were, you know, outside of stealth. And it was just so freaking fun. It was one of the best fights I've ever had in PvP in my life. Like, because any time, if I had made one mistake here or there, it would have been the end of me.
The best PvP fun I had was in WoW Burning Crusade. I played Druid. So they first introduced the flying mounts. So we got the bird form. And there was a tech I learned where you could just shift out of your form, mid-air, shift to bear form, and then just charge people out of the sky and nowhere. Like, just suddenly they're fighting a monster and just bear drops in their face.
Just bear drop on people. The bear bomb. I had to get so ingenious, though, with that character, like, to actually fight anything. Lord of the Rings Online had a combat, in-combat and out-of-combat system, so that you couldn't just regenerate your health, like, really quickly. But when you were outside of combat, you would regenerate your health really fast. And you had to find ingenious ways of locking people in combat, because one of the tricks that people would do was just simply to run away until they would leave combat and then regenerate all their health. So, like, I figured out that there was this stupid mark that the captain had. It was called the Noble Mark, and nobody looked at that mark, like, at all, because it was a threat mark. So the entire purpose of the mark was to build additional threat, which is something that you would not use in PvP. Well, I had found out that if you put this mark on a player, or a monster rather, on the PvP game, it would lock them in combat and would prevent them from ever exiting the combat state as long as the mark was on them. And it had an extremely long range. So I would be fighting somebody, and I would look, and I would see somebody try to run away in combat, and I knew exactly what they were trying to do. I'm like, okay, well, this guy's trying to get out of combat regen. So I would throw the Noble Mark on them, which basically was a passive threat increase, and they would literally not be able to leave combat as long as I was within range, and the range on the skill was massive, because it was meant to be a tanking skill. And this, like, there would be people that would be inside of a castle, like, and I would be standing outside the castle, and they would not be able to exit combat. They'd be at, like, 1 health or, like, 10 health or something, and they're, like, desperately trying to get out of combat so that they can regenerate. and they could not leave combat as long as I had them locked with the noble mark. And when I figured that out, I realized that this was like a very powerful tool to be able to lock people in combat so that they wouldn't be able to regen. And I started using it on everybody and everything. Like, I would be like, oh, look, there's a healer right there. He's almost dead. Let me throw the noble mark on him so he can't get out of combat and regen his mana. Like, oh, look, there's a warg. He's trying to get out of combat so he can re-stealth, because you had to be out of combat in that game to stealth unless you used your cooldown. And, dude, I would throw the noble mark on the warg, and he wouldn't be able to get back into stealth to come back into the fight, because that was like their whole character was based around stealth. So locking them out of stealth was was like completely killer to their entire damage output. And if they tried to enter combat out of stealth, they would most likely get demolished, because people would see them coming and just like wail on them.
Well, same thing happened in WoW. Like, I played Rogue and then Druid, and enemy hunters, they would just run by, throw a hunter's mark on you, even if they have no interest in fighting, just to troll you.
Yes. Jesse Bishop said I'm bad manners for using noble mark. I also had another way I would keep people in combat too. It involved a archer pet. So there was this archer pet in the captain had, which was rather innocuous, did relatively no damage, but he did have this little buff that made him invincible for a certain period of time. And I would throw the archer pet on the person, and he had some pretty good range, and as long as he was attacking you, you would never leave combat. So it was, again, another way I could lock people in combat in that game. I would throw noble mark on one person, I would set the pet on the other person, and I would attack a third person, and I could lock potentially 3 people in combat at the same time, which was pretty damn cool. And then the captain had this really cool ability where he could reduce the incoming healing of a target by, I think it was 50%, for a like 10-second duration or something. It was pretty short. But in PvP, healing was the one way that you kept somebody alive when the entire raid was coming down on them. So you'd have like a raid of like 24 people coming down on a target, and everybody in the opposing team would be spamming heals on that particular target to keep them alive. And one of the things I would do on the captain would be to run up to that particular target that was being targeted by the raid, tag the negative 50% healing on the target, which would immediately drop the incoming healing they were receiving massively. And usually it would edge out the difference between the DPS output of the raid and the healing output of the other raid, and allow us to kill the person. And it was really fun. I basically had like the power of life and death over like the person who was being targeted by the raid. I'd be like, oh, you're not dying because you're getting spam healed? Here, have a negative 50% healing incoming. I got so many stories from that game. We had this one champion. He's like basically like the main DPS of the game, melee DPS, not range DPS, and he could hit really hard. His name was Shane here. I remember him specifically. And one day we were getting tired of Mirgash was the guy's name, who would constantly form these big giant raids and roll over solo players. And we didn't like it. We didn't like that he was just constantly just forming big giant like 48-man raids and rolling over all the solo like and duo groups. So me and Shane here got together, and I buffed him up with all my buffs. We would find Mirgash in the middle of his raid. We would literally rush in, because I had a movement speed ability and he had a movement speed ability. I would cast all my debuffs on Mirgash, all my buffs on Shane here. Shane would run into the middle of the raid. We would absolutely annihilate Mirgash from the planet, and then we would book it out. And we did this about 10 times. We literally killed him 10 times in the middle of his own raid before he finally lost his temper and started chasing us down all throughout the map everywhere we went. With his entire raid, by the way. And we just thought it was freaking hilarious. We just, because he was literally picking on everybody else. So we're like, you know what? We're going to pick on him. The captain had this really cool ability. It was called Oathbreaker's Shame. And when you threw it on a monster or a player or whatever, it gave you like a 75% damage buff to everybody who hit the target for like 10 seconds. So like you would pretty much get a massive bump in damage between all the buffs that I gave you, the Oathbreaker Shame that I put on the monster. I could even throw a bubble up on you to basically make you invincible for about 10 seconds. So, like, during a very short period of time, like, I could turn you into a god and also make you invincible, like, at the same time. But only for, like, 10 seconds. Which, for a champion, was more than enough time for him to, like, absolutely annihilate everything off the face of the planet. What's up, Switch 209 Gaming? Your first time catching my streams? Oh man, well, welcome. I stream all the time. Diablo 2 Resurrected. Probably Diablo 4 when it drops. We'll be playing Diablo 4 a bunch. Found a burr rune earlier. That was pretty tight.
Alright, I gotta head out. I'll see you later.
Alright, man. And Maggie Laggy over here just chilling. Chin chillin', sir. It's called chin chillin'. I've been farming chaos like nonstop. What's up, Catnip? Why are there manners in a fight? I mean, in Diablo 2, there's bad manners and stuff like that. In Lord of the Rings Online, I mean, I guess you could say there were manners in some ways. Like, people would do duels. You know, like 1v1s and things like that. I mean, if you're doing a 1v1 and somebody butts into your 1v1, I mean, that's bad manners. I mean, granted, all's fair in love and war, but if you butt into my 1v1, chances are somebody else is going to butt into my 1v1 and kill you. And then somebody else is going to butt into the 1v1 and kill him, and before you know it, we've got an all-out war on our hands. You know, which is fine if that's what you want, but, you know, be prepared to accept the consequences. A big upcoming project. Sweet. I've been doing a lot of videos. I've got so many videos. I don't even know what to do with all of them. Some of the videos need to be redone. It's unfortunate, but you know, not everything stays current. Boop, boop. Yeah, I try and push it out pretty consistently. Some people would call it spammy. But, you know, it is a little spammy, I'm not gonna lie. But, you know, I got a lot of videos to make, and I don't got time. Like, there was a point at which a long time ago I was like, you know what, do I put out this 6th video today, or do I wait and hold on to it? And, like, I started to hold on to videos, and I started to schedule them for certain times, and, like, it just felt very blah to have all my videos spread out all over the place. And I know they could potentially do better if I just released them on like a schedule or at specific times or whatever, but I just, at the end of the day, I feel like getting the content out so that people can enjoy it is sometimes more important than releasing it at the correct times. How do I feel about off-meta builds? Pretty much every build I make is off-meta. I'm gonna assume you're new to the channel, Commander Shepard, because if you're not, you would know. But, like, I primarily make off-meta builds for the most part. Like, pretty much every build and every character that I make is usually something that is not considered to be meta, but I do anyway. I've made some very powerful builds. Like, for instance, my Godzilla and my North Star Smiter come to mind. Very capable of P8 content, demolish everything. Certainly instruments of my own devising, but very much so not meta. I mean, this is really, like, my channel is really all about making and discovering the builds for yourself. Like, I really don't like to actually tell you how to play your character. What I really like to do is explain to you the mechanics, you know, tell you what the items are good for, and let your imagination do the work. And that's one of the reasons why I have, like, my skill playlist, for instance. I also have unique item playlists, if you haven't checked those out. I have a whole playlist on rune words. All sorts of very interesting videos that you can watch to educate yourself on Diablo 2 and the mechanics of Diablo 2. And it's really just a matter of understanding the way that the mechanics work and then applying your own specific creativity to build a character of, you know, very interesting results. I mean, I've got tons of different characters that have turned out amazingly over the years. Of course, not all my characters are still put together properly, but this is my North Star Smiter, a very, very powerful fighter all around. And this is one of the builds that I created myself. Let me see, I show you how he works real quick, just for the fun of it. But anybody can make really awesome builds. Like, it doesn't take a genius. And I have all the information there so that you guys can, you know, figure it out. Of course, he's missing some of his equipment here. Get out of my way, maggots. You're making me look bad. How much equipment am I missing? I'm missing a ring. It looks like I might not have the correct... Yeah, I don't have the correct helmet on. I mean, it's alright. It should still work okay. It won't be, like, as broken OP as it should be, but it's fine. And now for the charging. Whee! And now for the part that's really different. Whee! Oh, what's up, buddy? Watcho, watcho, watcho. Whee! Eh. What are you doing over there? The hell? Hey, what's up, Sean? Oh no, I don't want to knock him off. Pew, pew. Haha. Hey, hey, come back here. Whee! I love this guy. He's so much fun. This character probably is one of my favorites that I've created so far. Very, very powerful character. Just extremely versatile. Can do pretty much everything in the game with ease. Has absolutely no issue with Ubers, large groups of monsters. Is never useless. Like, he's never useless. He always can do something. And very few characters can say that they're never useless, and they can always provide some sort of, usefulness to the group. Even when his Fist of the Heavens is completely useless, he can still literally stun lock monsters in the corner and demolish them from existence. What's up, big old boss of boss? A big old house of boss. Come on, big old house of boss. Come on down there and get smoted. Come on, buddy. Bye. Anyway, that's just one of the characters that I've created over the years. I got tons of fun one in here. I got spicy arrows. That's my enchant bow sorceress. I got pyrotechnic. That's my MA sin. I've got naked mancer, my traditional summon mancer. Frosty cheeks is my holy freeze paladin. Turned out actually really nicely. Godzilla is my paladin that's specifically built around fast zealing, like 4-frame zealing with the holy bolt mechanic and some other interesting things. Full frost assassin. She's actually not wearing her correct equipment because I stripped her. Double sting barbarian. He's a really cool double dagger barbarian that I made last season. Worked out really well. Gilbert is my hurricane wolf. Very, very fun build. Leader is my summon summon druid. I've got my exploding / freezing arrows on. This was before they changed everything. Firewall / energy shield sorceress. Melee Zon, which was a really fun build. I wonder if she has all her equipment on. I kind of want to show you how she plays. She's an absolute riot to play. She freaking demolishes everything from existence. Looks like she does have all of her equipment, so let's go demolish some stuff real quick, and I can show you how ridiculous she is. Oh, she doesn't even have her main attack up. There we go. No, 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 come back here. Come get impaled. Too many monsters over there. Let's go over here. Whee. What's up, buddies? Let's go. Come on, surround me. Let me get in there. Let me get in there. You ready? Come here, Shank. Get one shot. Yes, I did just one shot, Shank. Damage on this on these abilities is actually kind of insane. Where is a good spot to farm with my Hurricane Wolf? I mean, honestly, he didn't have much issues anywhere. He's physical slash ice slash lots of crushing blow. I mean, he did pretty good on most monsters he fought. It's been a little while since I booted him up. You might be missing most of his equipment, to be honest with you, because I keep stripping him for other characters. I can always check and see what he's got on him right now. Where am I? America? I'm in Virginia. Virginia is where I'm from. In the United States, we don't say we're from the United States. We don't say we're from, we don't say we're from like a specific continent. One of the things that you'll know if you're an American is that a United Statesian is that we don't specify that we're from the United States. We say I'm from the state that we're in. So like if you ask somebody where they're from, they're going to say I'm from Kansas or I'm from Texas or I'm from whatever. So like I'm from Virginia. That's where I'm from. Virginia is a state. It's on the eastern seaboard near the center. Switch 209 Gaming said you're a mechanics guy for the game. I have a question for you. Aside from high DPS and FCR, how would a caster combat against not having open wounds to negate the ubers from healing poison damage? Poison damage can negate the healing, yes, but they have to maintain their green status, which is very difficult. So if you... Okay, I get into arguments with people with this all the time, by the way. So I try and phrase this as delicately as I can to make sure people understand. Poison damage does not negate regeneration. Before you throw rotten fruit at me, let me explain further, okay? So, poison damage can only negate regeneration if it is during an active tick of the phase. And to illustrate this, let me actually bring up a graphic here. All right, so I think the easiest way to do this is to bring up a graphic so you guys can see what I'm talking about. All right, so I'm gonna draw on the screen here 25 dots. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. All right, so this is 25 dots. All right, and this represents 25 ticks. All right, so each tick is within 1 second. So this represents 1 second. All right, so poison damage ticks every single one of these dots, okay? So if I were to type a P, that would represent poison damage, okay? So poison damage ticked on this individual tick of the poison, of the 25 frames, all right, that can happen. Okay, so in any position where poison damage is consuming a frame slot, this is advanced stuff, I know, but in any position where poison damage is consuming a frame slot, regeneration cannot happen. However, in any position where poison damage does not consume the frame slot, regeneration can happen. So imagine, if you will, you have a poison damage that only lasts 0.5 seconds, which is very common because of all the negative durations and things like that that happened with poison damage, okay? So poison damage is going to consume half of the ticks, and then regeneration can consume the other half of the ticks, all right? So for every single tick that poison damage is not consuming, regeneration can still happen. And this is important for Ubers because of how quickly they regenerate. Even just one tick of regeneration in the middle of a poison damage can restore huge amounts of HP to a monster, okay? And this is bad, obviously. So how do you know whether regeneration has been canceled completely or not? The answer to the question is very simple. Is the monster green? That's the answer to the question, all right? If the monster is green, the game is telling you that every single frame has been consumed by poison. If the monster is not green, then that means that there are frames, even just one frame, that is not being consumed by poison, which means that the monster can regenerate. And you might be asking yourself, well, how can the monster be poisoned if he's not green? Well, it happens all the time. Monsters don't have to be green to be poisoned. Green only means that the monster's frames have all been consumed. And that's one of the weird aspects of poison in this particular game. So when you're fighting a monster and the monster turns green, you know for a fact that the monster is poisoned and all regeneration frames have been consumed. However, if the monster turns back to his normal color at any point, he can regenerate during those time frames. And that's where poison kind of fails in that regard, because the monster literally has to be poisoned enough that he's always green. Because any moment that he turns back to his regular color, he can regenerate. Let me see if this guy is actually set up. Looks like he's still set up. Let's go play around with it real quick. All right. Oh no, he's not set up. He's set up as the bear. So I must have respec'd him to the bear. Which means he's not going to work as effectively as I would like him to work. I wonder if my boy has a respec here. I don't think he does. But anyway, you use your hurricane, and you go into battle, and you just start murdering things with all your effects. He actually hits pretty damn hard. Unfortunately, with this bear, he's just not really going to attack as fast as I would need him to attack to get the damage output that I need. It's unfortunate, but it doesn't really work out as well as I would like. I remember the bear being a little lackluster in this regard. As you can see, though, he still hits pretty hard. It's not like he's doing that poorly, but he's not going to be as amazing as a... He's not going to be as amazing as the wolf. The wolf definitely is the more aggressive of the two. I wonder, do I have werewolf? No, I don't. I don't have any of the werewolf abilities. And I remember why. He's messed up. He's messed up because I respect him for fun. I was just testing out stuff. I've also got my Convictor. That's my Vengeance Paladin. He's from a long time ago. He hasn't been updated in quite some time. Tank is on. Freaking Veg-O-Matic. That's my Blade Fury Sin. She also hasn't been updated in quite some time. Probably need to remake her, to be honest. Alright, guys and gals. It's getting pretty late, and I think I'm going to head to bed. I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me. And as always, thanks for watching. And keep watching.